Oh, well, hello, hello, hello. Back again, friends, back again. Give this a minute, let some notifications click in. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Sorry about the last live. I promise you guys, one day I will figure out um, whatever my audio stuff is, okay? It's just not going to be today or probably anytime soon. So this is what we're doing for now. Okay. Appreciate everyone being here. Really do. The last live, yes, it was rough. Okay. For the first 30 minutes. If you missed the last live for WSU, if you tried to click in on it, audio was terrible and you decided to bounce, you can go back, fast forward to about 30 minutes in. And after about 30 minutes in, it's Gucci. It's Gucci. Okay. You should be good. And, you can go back and listen from there. Okay, friends? Sorry about the last live. I promise you one day I'll figure it all out. And one day I'll figure out how to go in and like clip out. Clip out all the crappy shit. Okay, trim it all out. I'll figure it out one day. It's just not going to be today. Scully, what up? What up, gangsta? What up, Scully, the white rabbit? Hello, gracefully salty. Hello, tiger up. Hello, Nani. Hello. Last 24 on the mic. What up? Welcome on in, everyone. Yes, let your friends know we're live. We're live. Okay, and this one's easy because we're just listening to I know everybody has already heard this interview with Dylan and Vickie Gooch. Okay. Many people already went over it. There's probably a bunch of you who've already heard it 100 times, right? I've listened to it a bunch of times, but I've never covered it on my channel. And the reason that we're going to cover her interview with Gooch today, I'll give commentary as we go along in the interview. But the main reason that I'm doing this is because, as I was saying at the end of the last live, before we hopped into this one here, I'm of the opinion right now that unfortunately it would appear, this is just my opinion, it appears they're forcing her mask to be ripped off. And I can give my opinion as to why, but that's the gist of it. The gist of it is that Dylan's mask is, it looks like they're going to force it off of her. Who's forcing it? I'm not sure. Um, but in my very strong opinion, her mask is being forced to come off. I'm not sure if it's related to her donations being paused, right? I'm not sure. I noticed that the GoFundMe's been paused, and then we haven't gotten court documents in a couple of months now from Hippler. And then all of a sudden, the only thing we get is the defense exhibit for Dylan's text messages, right? Not Bethany's, not anybody else's, just Dylan's. And this is after her GoFundMe's been paused and the WSU lawsuit has been filed. Let's keep this all in mind. The chain of events here, right? Beautiful Meg P. Hello, Christina. Hello. Welcome back in. Good to see you inside your bones. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for putting up with my bullshit in the last live, okay? If you guys missed the last one for WSU, you don't have to listen to my live. The link for the video that we watched is in the description of my live. But if you are going to watch my live, just get to about 30 minutes in, okay? And the audio is Gucci and everything's fine, okay? Figure, we're going to do this one here because it's just very interesting to me. We're going to take a little peeky poo at a couple of things first before we get into her interview with Vickie Gooch. And before we go any further, also, I just want to say that I noticed there's quite a few people who, after I had did the live stream about we've been covering this whole like human trafficking on college campuses and drug trafficking on college campuses and all of that for a couple weeks now here on this channel. And I know that when I did my live where we talked about the Investigate West article, where we learned that Vickie Gooch was doing these undercover human trafficking stings in the fall of 2022 in conjunction with the Homeland Security Human Trafficking Task Force. that was put in place in Idaho in like 2020 or something like that. And then, Gooch and this Cobb's place and OUR doing these undercover trafficking stings in the fall of 2022. At the same time that WSU is in the fall of 2022 having their officers who have to resign for, grooming and predatory behavior, right? It was just very interesting to me how that all kind of seemed to align up. And we read through the entire Investigate West article. I did drop all the links, but what I noticed is that there's a couple of these like bigger channels out here, much bigger than mine. They like kind of ran with it. Mercy Cat, beautiful Mercy Cat. Hello. So good to see you. Welcome back again. So they kind of ran with it, but what I noticed what they did when they ran with it is that they tried to pass it off as though they're the ones who found it, right? And that they're the ones who discovered this connection between Jeff Nye, Vickie Gooch, and the human trafficking stings that were going on in the fall of 2022. So, it is what it is. Like, I'm a pretty humble person, okay? Like, I don't care. I've just noticed, like, these YouTube streets, man, you gotta watch people. You gotta watch people because I've said it before and I'll say it again, man. A lot of these people are out here just to steal your intellectual property and pass it off as their own. You know, they steal your thoughts and your ideas and try to pass it off as their own, or their mods will do it. That's what I've encountered. Is that this person's mods went and told them, "Hey, look at what I found." Right? And this creator was just like gassing up their mods for finding this stuff. And, it wasn't their mods that found it. So I just want to put that out there like it is what it is. If you're here, you follow much larger creators, we all do, the way that I look at it is like, you don't have to give me props. You don't have to play my video. There's some of these much larger channels that, if I could be completely honest with you, I don't want their subscribers coming over to my channel anyway. I'll just be totally honest about it. I don't want their subscribers, so I don't want them shouting me out. But at the very least, do you get what I'm saying? Do not pass off someone else's intellectual property as your own. Um, you know, you don't have to shout me out. You don't have to tell people to come and sub to me. I don't want none of that. But at the very least, you should be saying, hey, just so you know, this person found this. It's pretty interesting if you want to take a look at it. And then if you decide that you're going to, share it, at least give credit where it's due. Give credit to the person who found it. Don't run with that shit as though it's your own. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Either way, I just wanted to put that out there. Intellectual property theft on YouTube is real, just so we're clear. And I notice it is what it is. I don't care. I'm not trying to get into no creator drama, but it's always funny to me. It's the ones that I pegged right from jump. And my gut was correct. My gut was correct, and this is why I won't collab with them. And this is why when their mods try to, reach out to me asking, no, it's a no. It's a no, thank you. So I'm just throwing that out there, okay? Not to toot my own horn or nothing, but beat, motherfuckers. I'm the one who actually found everything connected to Jeff Nye, Vickie Gooch, and the human trafficking stings that were going on in the fall of 2022. So all of your much larger creators out there trying to tell you that they found this shit or their mods found this shit, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't. We covered it 2 weeks ago, and all of the links are in the description of the video that I covered it in. So beep, brooms up. Something I want to read to you here. Let's get it cracking. The first thing that I'm going to read to you here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go take a little peeky poo. Now, if I remember correctly, I did link all of this in the description of this live. We're going to take a look at the declaration of Josiah Roloff real quick. We're not going to read the whole thing. We don't have to. We're going to get to the part where what his work that he did in this case. Okay. Going on with Dylan's phone here and her devices. Okay. So let's just read this again. It's only a couple of sentences here. So, everybody hold on to your panties. Try to pay attention. It's not a lot. Okay. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Mods, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Mercy Cat, I literally don't deserve you. I hope you know that. I appreciate you. I don't, you're never going to understand. And I promise you, honey, whichever comes first, I hit the lottery first or this channel blows up, right? Either way, your Cash App will fucking overflow, darling, the moment that I can make that happen. Okay. But for now, the only thing that I can do is send you gift boxes full of favorite treats and things for you and King Elroy. That's all that I can do right now. And you do have a package coming to you, darling. So I hope you know how much I love you and I appreciate you and I don't deserve you. And my mods are the real MVPs around here, just so we're clear, everyone. Okay. Also, members, the channel's growing. I truly appreciate all of the new subscribers. If you're new here and maybe you don't like cussing and you don't like sarcasm and you don't like some snarky witch riding around on a broom, pointing and laughing at everybody, then this probably isn't the channel for you. And that's fine too. Okay. No hard feelings, but I'm very honest over here about who I am. Okay. I'm just some snarky witch cackling bitch on the internet who rides around on a broom, and I read things and I look at things and I give my opinions and then I point and laugh usually. And then, hopefully, you fucking laugh right along with me. All right. So let's go. We have, so in this declaration, it's the defendants for anybody who's looking for this. I could have sworn I linked it. Let me go double check actually. Let me just go look real quick, actually. Go here, go here. Whoopsie. Let's see the description of this thing real quick. Make sure that I linked all this for you guys. Hang on, I gotta mute this. We're gonna get mute. Let's see. What do I got here? Okay, so yes, I did link it for you guys. In the description of this live, there's the link to the Roloff declaration. There's the link to the other doc that we're going to read here, which is the, it's the one that has all of her text messages and stuff that just came out. Okay. And then we also have the link to the Gooch interview that I'm going to be showing today as well. Okay. So everything is linked in the description. So let's go take a little peeky poo at Roloff's declaration here. We're going to read 8, 9, and 10 of the declaration. Okay. It says, number 8 here, quote, I've been retained as a digital forensic examiner to assist Miss Ann Taylor and the defense team in the Idaho v. Koberger case. 9. I have reviewed the documents titled BM 1113 bubble format and BM 1113 bubble format, which contain data extracted from mobile devices used by individuals identified as DM and BM, respectively. Eccentric Skeptic, hello. Good to see you. You're another one. I don't deserve you. Thank you so much for all your freaking support. Laying in the cut, always supporting. I truly appreciate you. Amy Mama, hello. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to read this and look at my chat at the same time. If you join chat and I miss you, I'm so sorry. Suzanne, hello. Halls, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I truly appreciate all of you. I really do. Thanks for being here. Okay. So let's see. Where did I leave off? Sorry. I have reviewed the documents titled DM and BM 1113 bubble format, which contain data extracted from mobile devices used by individuals identified as DM and BM, respectively. These documents reflect periods of activity on the mobile devices that would require user interaction with the device for them to occur, specifically for the date of November 13th, 2022. So what Mr. Roloff is saying here is everything he recovered extracted from her phone. He is specifically talking about reflects the periods of activity on the mobile device that requires the user to have interaction with the device. Not this, I was asleep shit. That's what Roloff is saying. Roloff is saying, actually, not sleeping. You would need to be awake and interacting with the device for these things to occur that I've recovered. Number 10. The documents include artifacts and content demonstrating a variety of user interactions, including 1. Incoming and outgoing native text messages. 2. Incoming and outgoing Snapchat message artifacts indicated by the application identifier com.toyopagroup.peekaboo. So anytime you see the com.toyopagroup.peekaboo, that's Snapchat. 3. Voice and video calls conducted via Snapchat and the native phone dialer. Oh boy. 4. Creation, modification, and deletion of multimedia files such as images and videos. All of this while you're sleeping, Dylan. Number 5. Application usage logs showing when specific apps were opened and closed. Literally, we know when you clicked on the icon of the app to open it. We know when you closed it out. Literally. Application usage logs showing when specific apps were opened and closed. So like when I click on my Starbucks app on my phone to scan my card and for my points. Okay. They know every time I open it up and close it out if they want to. Time, date, how long the app was open for. Okay. Last one. Internet browsing artifacts and cookie data showing access to particular websites or internet-based services. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, skill, and belief. Josiah Roloff, and this was dated March 26, 2025. Okay, so the reason that I wanted to read that is just to refresh our memory. Refresh our memory of what the defense's expert recovered from her phone, all while she's allegedly sleeping. They know when she was logging in and closing out, opening and closing specific apps, how long she was in them for, what she did in them. It shows all of her internet browsing artifacts and cookie data, showing access to all of the websites and internet-based services that all of this while she's sleeping. Incoming and outgoing text messages, incoming and outgoing Snapchat messages, voice and video calls conducted via Snapchat, all while sleeping. So I just wanted to, let everybody keep that in their brain. I just wanted to refresh that. Okay. We don't need to read the whole thing. It's only 4 pages anyway. I just wanted to refresh everyone's memory. And this is between her and her father, DM and BM, respectively, for November 13th. This is for her father. I have received the documents titled DM 1113 bubble format and BM 1113 bubble format, which contain data extracted from mobile devices used by individuals identified as DM and BM, respectively. So this is Dylan Mortensen and Brett Mortensen, as far as I'm aware. This is Dylan Mortensen and her father's mobile devices. And the data extracted, this is what he recovered. Okay. So he is recovering incoming and outgoing text messages. I'm guessing this is all between her and her dad. This is everything they're talking about is between her and her dad. Her dad, right? Makes more sense that her dad would be the one to give her that new contact that she added into her phone. To me, that makes more sense, right? She is voice and video calling on Snapchat via the native phone dialer, right? Voice and video calls conducted via Snapchat and the native phone dialer. So just wanted to keep that fresh in everyone's memory because now what we're gonna, I can't show it to you obviously because of the way I have to do this today. It is what it is. I'm on my phone, but I have everything up on the laptop here. It's linked in the description. When you start going and looking at the phone activity, right, for Dylan here, what's interesting is that she's adding this new contact at 3:51. This Brittany Fernandez or whoever it is. I'm of the opinion it's her father who gave her this number to call to add into her phone. That's just my personal opinion. I think she got it from her dad. I think that's why Roloff specifically is talking about the information, artifacts, and everything he recovered from their phones, her and her father. Right? That just makes sense to me. The other thing that I found very interesting is that when you actually get into these phone logs here, Bethany is the one who is calling Dylan first, right? At 4:19. And then at 4:20, Dylan is calling Xana. So Bethany calls Dylan first. Dylan calls Xana. Then Dylan calls Kaylee. 20 seconds later. 8 seconds later, she calls Bethany. They speak for 41 seconds. So when she calls Kaylee, it's 0 minutes. When she calls Xana, it's 0 minutes. That's a call and hang up. That's not even letting the phone ring, unless that's just how it registers when no one answers. I don't know. But it's very interesting to me that the call to Xana, 0 minutes. Bethany calls her. That phone call lasts for 23 seconds. I thought you were, do you get what I'm saying? So Bethany called her first, and that phone call lasted for 23 seconds. Right? Then she calls Xana, no seconds. She calls Kaylee, no seconds. Then she calls Bethany, and that phone call lasts for 41 seconds. Then she calls Maddie. So let's just, in that short little time span here, let's just keep this in mind, right? Let's visualize this. You're Dylan. It's 3:51 a.m. You wake up. You pop up, right? You wake up and then I woke up, she says. Those are her words. And then I woke up. So at 3:51 a.m., she wakes up and she adds a new contact into her phone. Okay? At 3:51 a.m. and 3 seconds. Then at 4:19:07, Bethany's calling her. At 4:20, she calls Xana 0 seconds. 4:20 and 20 seconds. She calls Kaylee. So 20 seconds go by from the time she calls Xana to the time she calls Kaylee. Then another 8 seconds go by from the time she calls Kaylee to the time she calls Bethany. Both of the calls to Xana and Kaylee, 0 seconds. The phone call to Bethany, 41 seconds. Wonder what they talked about for 41 seconds. Because as soon as she hangs up, she calls Maddie at 4:21 and 50 seconds. Oh, there's some time in between there, actually. She waits about a minute. Not even. Let me see here. 4:20 and 28 seconds. And she calls Maddie at 4:21:50. So, yeah. There's a little bit of time in between here from the time Bethany to Maddie. We've got a little bit of time in between here. The reason that I'm going through this like block by block here is because, picture it in your mind. You're Dylan. So you pop up out of bed, you enter a new contact, and then approximately 28, 27-ish minutes later, Bethany's calling you. And then you're calling Xana and Kaylee, but then you just hang up, right? Then you just hang up. Like, oh, fuck, that's right, I can't call them. Oops. And you call Bethany. Or like, I don't get it. Like what she's doing here. Do you get what I'm saying? This is why I'm of the opinion. I've tried to be very, very like sensitive when I talk about Dylan or Bethany. I mean, I'm not too sensitive. Kane B, what up? James Moe and Beach Babe, hello. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm looking at my screen, but I'm also trying to look at my chat here on my phone. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Appreciate everybody. What was I just saying? Shit, lost my train of thought. Oh, so you wake up, you pop up out of bed, you enter a new contact, and then about 27-ish minutes later, Bethany's calling you. What are you doing in between for that 27 minutes? Because she's awake at 3:51. So what are you doing in between the time that you've woken up and created this new contact at 3:51 a.m. until the time Bethany calls you at 4:19:07? What are you doing? What are you doing? Right? What are you doing? Because right after Bethany calls her, that's when she calls Anna, she calls Kaylee, she calls Bethany. They talk for 41 seconds. She calls Maddie, nothing. And then she texts Bethany and says, no one's answering at 4:22:08. Then at 4:22:11, she texts Bethany again. I'm really confused right now. Then she texts Kaylee at 4:22:42. So she waits 20 seconds after she texts Bethany. She texts Kaylee at 4:22:42. She texts Kaylee again at 4:22:43. What's going on? Interesting. Okay. Then Bethany texts her back at 4:23:25. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Bethany texts her again. Xana was wearing all black. So obviously there's, something missing in here. Right? Xana was wearing all black. That's at 4:23:28. But in these text messages so far, this bubble here, Dylan hasn't said anything about someone in all black yet. Right? Where in Dylan hasn't said anything to Bethany yet about someone's in all black, unless it was on the phone call where they spoke for 41 seconds. Right? It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Bethany, yeah, dude, what the fuck? 4:23:25. Bethany again. Xana was wearing all black. 4:23:28. Then Dylan, I'm freaking out right now. 4:23:33. Dylan again to Bethany. No, it's like a ski mask almost. 4:23:42. So let's just stop here for a second, right? That's why I titled it Dylan's Mask, right? And then I woke up, right? Here's the problem that I have with this is that from 3:51 a.m., I'll get to the gist of my point here. From 3:51 a.m. until 4:19 and some seconds a.m., Dylan is allegedly upstairs on her own in her room, right? Bethany is downstairs. At 4:19, something happens that makes Bethany call Dylan, right? Something happens that makes Bethany call Dylan, and that is not initially what we were told, right? Initially, we were told Dylan called Bethany, right? But now we're finding out it's actually Bethany calling Dylan. I suspect that's Bethany calling Dylan to say what the fuck is going on up there, right? I'm just giving benefit of the doubt here. I'm giving benefit of the doubt, okay? She's calling Dylan to say, hey, what the fuck is going on up there? Did you hear that? I heard a bang. I heard a boom. I saw a flash, whatever the case may be, right? They spoke for 41 seconds. Okay. So to me, it's like Bethany hears something, sees something, and calls Dylan. But Dylan has this period of time for like 20 something minutes where she's upstairs alone while everybody else is upstairs alone, allegedly sleeping in their room except for Xana, with the exception of Xana, right? And we have this period of time for, about approximately 28 minutes where she's awake, but she's trying to pretend she's not aware. She's trying to pretend she doesn't know what's going on, that she's just peeking outdoors. She sees a masked man in the home, blah, 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 right? It would appear, in my opinion, that Dylan's mask here is going to be forced to be ripped off. That's just my opinion, because it looks like to me they're throwing her under the bus. We haven't gotten documents from Hitler in months. And the first thing that we get is this defense exhibit. Okay. And we haven't gotten anything for months. And this is also happening after her donations have been paused on GoFundMe. This lawsuit for WSU has been filed. I personally think it's a huge backfire. I think this WSU lawsuit is going to backfire in everyone's face. But I just think it's very interesting that it would appear the only two people that are up and awake in this home for approximately 27 minutes of time is going to be Dylan and Xana. Okay. So now that we've gone over Roloff's, what he found, so we know that after this, so while this is happening, and after, Roloff has recovered video calls, phone calls, text messages, Snapchats, and internet-based cookies and shit like this for websites she accessed during this crime and after, immediately following, leading up until, fucking noon, whatever, when police were called, right? So that's very interesting. It's very interesting that what we actually find out here, in fact, Dylan's wide awake at 3:51 a.m., entering a new contact, and 27 minutes later, Bethany is apparently calling her to be like, what the fuck is going on up there? Thought I heard something. That's just my opinion. Just my opinion. So now what we're going to get into is let's go take a listen to the interview with Gooch. Okay, so as we all know, what I have here and linked in the description of the live stream is this person, Brittany Brown's channel. And the reason that I linked Brittany Brown's channel is because it is the full interview with Vickie Gooch. It's the audio only, okay, with Vickie Gooch. It's 2 hours long. And that's why I'm using this one, because there's no commentary, there's no interruptions, nothing like that. So I hope everybody is okay with that. You're only going to get audio, though. That's all that there is. Even her, all she has is the audio, not the video on her channel, which I'm fine with. I prefer audio. So, gracefully salty. So do we not think that Kaylee was up dancing with her dog? I mean, I don't know, honey. I have no idea. At this point, I'm only I'm only interested as to why it would appear like they're throwing Dylan directly under the bus and forcing her to rip her mask off, is what it looks like to me. It looks like she's being forced to rip the mask off. Um, you know, that's just my opinion. That's just like what my gut tells me with her donations being paused. And then we get this defense exhibit and it's only her text messages and stuff, not anybody else's, not Bethany's. We don't have the context for it. Like, I wish we would have had both Dylan and Bethany so we can look at them side by side, right? And see the actual conversation back and forth. What's happening back and forth. We don't have that though. That's why I think they're throwing her under the bus. It's like she's been cut out from the coven or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever's going on here, it's like she got the cut. She's the sacrificial lamb here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but it's almost like she's going to be forced at some point. The mask is going to have to come off. You're going to have to tell the truth. As we'll hear throughout this interview, it would appear, in my opinion, Vickie Gooch doesn't believe her either. It would appear Vickie Gooch is also side-eyeing her quite heavily. So let's get into it. Krista Marie, hello, beautiful darling. Welcome on in. I haven't seen you in so long. Good to see you, honey. James Moen, the White Rabbit, hello. Real Tea with Krista Marie. Anna D, hello. Kane B. I hope everybody's having a great day. Christina, hello. All right. So I hope you guys know I have the video. I'm going to try and keep an eye here on my chat, but I'm going to play the audio for us. And if do not be mad about it, I'm putting it at 1.5 speed. I cannot listen to this 2-hour interview at regular speed. I would actually rather scratch my own eyeballs out with my brand new nails that I just did. Okay. I would actually rather scratch my own eyeballs out with my kitty claws that I just did than have to listen to this interview at regular speed. Okay. So, brooms up, bitches. Put your earbuds in, get your snacks, get your drinks. We're doing it at 1.5 speed, but it's a 2-hour interview. Okay. And give a big shout out here to Brittany Brown. Mods, if you don't mind, like if somebody doesn't mind going to find, I did link her channel and this video in the description. If you don't mind linking it in chat, I'd really appreciate it. Big shout out to Brittany Brown over here and Brittany Brown's channel for giving us just the audio here with no interruptions. That's my favorite. Okay, let me unmute. Make sure we're good to go here. Okay. Everybody ready? Hopefully you guys are good to go.
This will be an interview on the 17th of November, 2022 at 12:05 p.m. at her residence. And give me your address again. You know the zip code? I think. So too. And then you have a cell phone number? Yes, it's.
I don't know why they deleted her. We all know her number.
So I didn't ask Sergeant Blaker, do you have her cell phone? You probably have her cell phone. Okay. So that's the number attached to your cell phone. So you know why we're here? We're here to talk about what happened over the weekend. Yeah. So can I ask, what year are you in school up there? I'm a sophomore. And what's your major?
Oh, I have this at normal speed. Let's fix this.
Have you been there both years? Yeah. And how long have you been living in that house? Just since beginning of August. So how did you end up in the house with the girls? My best friend is where you have bigs and littles. Madison Mogan is, and she reached out to some of us to live with her, and I knew her pretty well. That's how I got to live there. Where did you live your freshman year? House. So you've always been in the story? Yeah.
So let's keep in mind, when is Dylan moving into the house? The beginning of August, right? Beginning of August. That's what Bethany said as well. And if I remember correctly, that's also when Kaylee moved in. So Kaylee, Bethany, and Dylan are all kind of moving in that first week of August, right? Prior to that, Maddie lived there. I know Maddie was there the year prior. She was also at the house in 2021, right? But even Dylan here is saying that they didn't move in. She didn't move in until August.
Yeah, she was in as well, moved in together into that house. And how did you and those come to live with you? Xana is a year older than me, and she also knew Maddie, and Maddie reached out to her. Kaylee Goncalves is her lifelong best friend. They're like sisters. Maddie also reached out to her to live with her because they obviously needed to fill up the rooms.
And did you know them before this semester?
Yes.
Through the sorority?
I knew Maddie and Xana through the sorority beforehand, and I'd gone over to the house with Maddie and her roommates, and she had Kaylee over a lot, and I saw her and met her a few times.
And was Kaylee part of the sorority in your freshman year?
She is a senior, but she was
So Kaylee just through connections with Maddie
Yeah.
to live with you. Otherwise, you didn't know her before
Yeah.
the introduction through Maddie and Xana. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
So how well did you know the three other girls besides you moved in?
Pretty well. Me and Maddie and Xana hung out a lot. My was best friends with Xana, so I was at their house a lot, and I knew Xana pretty well.
How do you spell it? And she doesn't live in the house at all?
No, she lives across the street at the White's apartment with my friend as well, who is I think she's actually a year older than me.
You moved in August, and then because I haven't been in the house.
Mhm.
Where was your bed?
So obviously, when you walk in, you have the door. Right in front of you is the downstairs bathroom. When you go to the bathroom and take a left, that is the room. Again, look at the bathroom, take a right, that is just open spare room. When you first walk in the door and take a left, there's stairs. Those stairs go right into the living room. When you're in the living room, you can go right, which when you go right to the hallway, there's this hallway right here. There's a bathroom here and Xana's right here. If you don't go in that hallway, you just go straight. You can see the stairs go up to the third floor. Right next to the stairs on the left is my room. To the right of the stairs is the kitchen and the sliding door. When you walk up the stairs to go to the third floor, right immediately to your left is Katie's room. You can look kind of diagonally to your right, and there's the bathroom, and then fully to the right is Maddie's room.
So it's a tri-level?
Yeah.
And you're on the same floor as Maddie and Kylie?
I'm on the same floor at Xana.
Xana?
Yeah.
All right, Kane, I fixed it for you. I put it at 1.25, Kane, okay? So before we get any further into this, let's just reiterate here, okay, that Vickie Gooch is being called in to come and interview Dylan, okay? Dylan. This is after, allegedly, Vickie Gooch has retired from Idaho State Police. She has been rehired, allegedly, to work cold cases and do IGG work. Yet, for this case, it's not a cold case, and she didn't do any of the IGG work. She's only brought in to interview Dylan, and this is fresh off of end of fall 2022 undercover human trafficking sting that she was doing with the Idaho State Police, Cobbs, and Operation Underground Railroad. Furthermore, after all of this happens in the fall of 2022, and they do those undercover human trafficking stings, well, what would come in 2023, 2024 is fucking huge investigation into Cobbs. Okay? Big investigation into Cobbs and the safe houses for the human trafficking victims. Okay? So just keep that all in mind, right? So Vickie Gooch is being brought in to interview her and her only. Even though this isn't a cold case and it has nothing to do with IGG. That's allegedly what she was rehired by Idaho State Police for, right? So that's interesting. Twiz, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm the originator. I don't imitate. Okay. I found all of these Investigate West articles on my own. We've covered them. I pointed out how I thought it was very interesting that Gooch, fall of 2022, right before this crime occurs. Gooch is well aware. She just wrapped up this fucking undercover human trafficking sting. Okay. She knows Idaho State Police just wrapped all this shit up. She retired in like the beginning of 2023, and then they rehired her. And after she gets rehired, she's brought in to interview Dylan. So it is very, very, very interesting. Not going to lie. I'm not saying that Dylan is involved in human trafficking or anything like that. I have no idea. I just think it's very interesting of all the people that you've brought in. You had to rehire Vickie Gooch. Claims she's being rehired for cold case work and IGG work. And in actuality, what she's doing is she's interviewing your main witness at a quadruple homicide. It's very interesting. Lucy, darling, hello. Welcome on in. Good to see you, honey. For fuck's sake, Fitziana. So, I have no idea what's going on here, guys. All I know is that in the fall of 2022, right after Dylan and everybody moves into this house, they all move in August, except for Maddie, it appears. They all move in August, and by September, Okay, September 2022, Idaho State Police is kicking off their undercover human trafficking stings. At the same time, WSU is also investigating their officers for grooming and predatory behavior with the students. Very, very interesting.
So where is Kylie?
Kaylee.
Kaylee and Maddie's room.
They're third floor.
And you're second.
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the basement?
And I don't know why she keeps calling her Kylie. I really don't.
Just
I'm sorry. Okay.
yeah, I'm okay.
We're gonna have to walk you through some tough questions. Are you gonna be okay with that?
Yeah.
So tell us about Saturday. Let's talk about the 12th.
Okay.
The day of the game. What time did you get up on the 12th?
I don't even know. We had formal and we had a little party on Friday, so obviously a lot of us were pretty drunk that night. I don't remember exactly when I woke up. We started drinking champagne right off the bat.
Tell me what formal is.
So
like a ball.
kind of like that. I mean,
So is she talking about the formal here that she invited Kaylee to be her +1 to, and then they ended up not going? Is that the same formal she's talking about? Because I could have sworn in these supplemental reports from Idaho State Police and MPD, we find out after that, in fact, they didn't go to formal. Her and Dylan, Kaylee and Dylan, right? Lucy, you would know. Meg would probably know better than I do. I don't remember me trying to remember all of these supplemental reports and everything and every little detail. And you know how these people on YouTube are. If you get one thing, if you're just off by like a day or you get it wrong, they'll do a whole video about how dumb you are. So, I don't know if I'm correct about this, but I could have sworn that this formal, this Pi Phi formal or whatever it was, they ended up not actually going. They held the party at the house, right? Isn't that the party where they're like in the black dresses together? They ended up not going to the formal. They had the party at the house instead, if I remember correctly. Let me check. Let me check my chat here. Does anybody know? Anybody remember that? Like the photos of them in the black dresses and stuff? I thought it was that even though she had invited Kaylee to be her +1 for this formal or whatever, they ended up not going. And they had the party at the house instead, I thought. Yeah, I thought they didn't go either. Cocaine! What up, girl? How you doing? Welcome on in. All right, let's keep going because this is a long-ass interview.
me and my friend ended up not going to formal. We went.
Okay, see? Annie, all you had to do was let it play. Yep. She answers my question. They didn't go to formal.
Just came back home and kept drinking and partying at my house. And then it was more of a smaller party. It was people that we were closer to.
Kept drinking and partying at my house.
Just mostly not like everyone else.
They came to your house.
Yeah.
Who was in your house that night? On the Friday night. You're saying that.
So obviously all the roommates, Ethan and my friend and her, I guess her boyfriend was in there, and her boyfriend. And they brought, and I guess she brought her friend. Yeah. It was all of our friends and their dates.
You knew everyone that was there?
Yes. They're all of them were except for the dates. There was a few freshmen there. I believe it was, and they had their dates. I don't remember who they were. They were of some sort.
Meaning?
A fraternity.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Not from cultural one.
No.
Just got to clarify.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, we had our friend. I don't think she brought a date, and then brought her date, and I believe that was all.
It's your first.
And obviously, we all know here, friends, that they've gone through the phones, okay? I hope everybody understands, right? Before we go any further. I know a lot of people think that these cops are asking stupid questions and blah, blah, blah. Let's remember, they already have the phone data. They already have stuff, right? A lot of times what these investigators are doing is they are literally asking you questions that they already know the answers to. Think they didn't go through the social media and see all the photos and all the, everything? all the pictures and videos and shit that they took from the party that, that they didn't go to on that night, right? They have all of that stuff. So let's keep in mind, when we think about this, Gooch is a really good investigator. I'm not knocking Vickie Gooch here. I hope everybody understands that too, right? I actually have a lot of respect for Vickie Gooch and what she does. I do. Especially in regards to combating human trafficking in her state. She seems to be on the ball with that. And she works very well with these task forces and Homeland Security and all of that. So, big props to Gooch. I think, like I said, I think Gooch was side-eyeing her a lot through this. And I think the gig is up. Okay. The jig is up for Dylan. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I guess you could say.
How long did the party go from the 11th to the 12th?
Welcome, Dory.
We started, I believe, around 4:30. Some of us. So when you have you have a sober hour. All the wanting to go, we got a ride from a sober person at 7:20. We had to be at the house before 7:30. We were at high for, I would say, maybe 30, 40 minutes. And then Kaylee was my date with me, so she came with me. We decided we wanted to go home. So Maddie Mogan, she got me and Kaylee.
Okay, so they did go to the formal. They went to Pi Fi. Kaylee was her date and went with her, right? But they only stayed for like 30, 40 minutes and then left.
We came home. And then, no, I don't remember. And then
Blaker was right on that. Do you know who the Uber was? No, I don't remember, she says. You sure about that? You sure about that, Dylan? You don't remember who the Uber driver was, huh? Because Kaylee, as far as I know, only uses one when she's there. She only uses Grower, whatever the fuck his name is. He's her go-to Uber driver. We know this from her Venmos. We know this just from like text messages, what's already been released, what's already been said. When Kaylee's there, if Kaylee's getting an Uber, Kaylee's using Gower. Just to be clear, from if memory serves correctly here.
And her date, and then her date got a ride from another Uber home, I believe, or sober. I can't remember exactly. I would say that was around 7:30, around 8 to 8, 10, 20-ish on Friday.
I want to clarify something so you know. If there's alcohol going on, use any type of drug use, that's not why we're here.
Yeah, I know. That's what Robin told me.
Yeah, but that's not our focus. Yeah. We need to figure out who did this to your roommates and forever changed your life.
Yeah, I know. And obviously we were all very drunk.
So you get the
Okay, so listen, you heard that, right? So Gooch is literally like, we don't care about the drugs or the alcohol. We need to know who did this to your friends and forever changed your life. And she's like, yeah, I know. And we were all like really drunk. Right? So like, I think in my opinion, what Gooch is doing here, Gooch is literally trying to gauge whether or not this is just purely speculation, in my opinion. I think Gooch is literally trying to gauge whether or not she is psychotic. I'm sorry, it's just my opinion. Like, Gooch is like emotionally baiting her, and it's like there's no emotion. She's just like, yeah, no, I know. Robin told me that, but we were all really drunk. It's just, I mean, I don't know, bro. This is like, it's like Gooch is trying to literally mentally assess her. I'm just being honest. That's just my opinion. My scream name, hello, welcome on in, hello. And no, inside your bones, I wasn't talking to you. No. I was just saying, I have had people say that they think Gooch like sucked as an interviewer here. And, after listening to this a couple of times on my own while I'm like cleaning and doing things, I actually think Gooch did really well. Her training has, this is why she was called in. I think Gooch did an excellent job here, actually, to be honest with you. I think Gooch is actually mentally like assessing her. And that's why she was brought in. Personally, my opinion, to decide whether or not is she literally insane, right? And as we go through and listen here, there'll be times where Gooch has to tell her, like, but you know that's not true. So I don't know. Even we're 8 minutes in and no emotions so far from Dylan. And it seems like that's what Gooch is trying to gauge here. Like, hey, like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about none of that shit. We're just trying to figure out who did this to your friends and forever changed your life. She's like, yeah, well, we were all really drunk still.
Right home from the Uber around 8:30?
I would say so, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I think it was like right around 8:30 because that was when everyone was leaving to go to the formal.
Have you ever used this Uber driver before?
I don't remember. I think, it was then, yeah, I believe.
Didn't she just say she didn't know who the Uber was? Didn't she just say she didn't know who the Uber was? Holy shit, he's a wicked nice guy. We use him all the time now. Now that's, are they talking about a different Uber?
I don't know for sure if the Uber that we got that night was.
Is your first name?
Yeah, well, I guess you could say.
I
I don't even really remember exactly. I'm trying to like rethink of what happened, but I can't even think about Friday night really.
Well, this is why we're asking.
Do you care if I look at my phone, Steve? Because I have probably videos or somewhat.
Why we're asking too is maybe there's someone you met or some path you crossed Friday into Saturday that resulted in what happened on Sunday. That's why we're walking you back.
Yeah. Okay. So I believe we got home and we went over to the Whites. Xana and Maddie were there. I think it was White's apartment. We were there for a little bit. I decided to leave. I think it was in her room. I can't really remember. It was just me, Maddie, and Xana at that White's apartment, and I just didn't feel like being there, so I walked home.
Okay, so she leaves the Whites, goes home by herself. She's not talking about the night of the murders, right? They're talking about the night before.
And were at my house. They were playing music, and it was just us four for the rest of the night. And I believe I went, from what my picture I saw, I went home around 12. I went to bed around 12:10 because I was in my bed at 12:15 in that picture.
I just can't. Holy shit.
Who was in the house on Friday to Saturday again?
Sorry, his and me.
And how do you spell?
Okay. I believe.
Thank you.
And then I remember Maddie coming home at some point. I don't really remember when. I don't remember where Kaylee was. She was either in her room or the club. I don't remember talking to her much after we got home.
Did you run bed by 12:30?
Yes, at latest 12:30. I think so.
Do you remember on Saturday when you may have awakened?
That's my phone again. Sorry. I don't know exactly when we woke up, but I know we got up at around. I have a picture of me and Xana and Maddie and Kaylee were going to get coffee and going to the store to get more alcohol. That's at 12:15 from my photo on my phone. I don't remember exactly when I woke up.
Is that on Saturday?
Saturday afternoon, I guess you could say.
Is the picture at your house?
No, it's in the car. I have a video of Xana in the car. That's at 11:44, I guess. So it gets us earlier than that. And that's in the car. She had just gotten Starbucks, and then we were on the store to get more alcohol. I believe after that is when we started. We had a few bottles of champagne left from Parents' Weekend, so we were trying to drink that. Kaylee she had some good friends at the White's apartment who were having like a little. It was like a danger, I guess. They had like 100 beers in this little mini inflatable pool thing, but obviously it wasn't filled with water. And a lot of people showed up there, and it was good. We took pictures. That's that day, that picture that's going around. We were all really happy. Like, it was a great day. Like, nothing weird at all, nothing bad at all.
What were the plans for Saturday night?
There was a lodge party, that's where we went to later that night. That was the main plan. Was like, okay, it's party tonight. Like, those are known as the most fun parties, which is like you want to go to all of those pretty much.
And all of you were going? All the roommates were going?
Kaylee wasn't thinking so. Usually when you're a senior, you tend to go to the clubs more than the fraternity parties. That's just like the nature of it. Maddie she did go with us for a little bit, but ended up going home to go with Kaylee to the club.
What time do you think Maddie left you to go from your function to the club with Kaylee?
So I have a assignment that I turned in right before I left to go to somewhere. So pretty much Saturday night, we got home from the White's apartment. I'm gonna guess around 5:30 again. I don't fully remember. Again, we were drinking that day too. Like I just had champagne. Like I had probably around 3 drinks, seltzers. We made food. I know me and Kitty made pasta, and Xana made the sandwich. Xana, me, all of us were made. So Xana, me, Kaylee, Maddie were all together. Kaylee decided to go take a nap, and then me, Xana, Maddie were on the couch watching a show. I don't know if we were fully watching a show, but we were eating, talking, and we all decided we were going to take a nap. I took a nap on the living room couch. Maddie went to her room, Xana went to her room, and went to her room. I don't remember when Ethan came around. I can't really remember. Might have been months after we all woke up. We all set a timer at 8 p.m. to wake up together. They all were getting ready to go out. I'm pretty sure Ethan came over when we all woke up. I had to finish some psych homework, and I can look at when I turned it in. That's when I know I left. But I'm almost positive. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure when they left, because again, I was probably still intoxicated. I would say I think it's around.
So wait a minute. Okay, so listen. She's saying that she doesn't really remember like most of the weekend because she's fucking annihilated basically for most of the weekend. She's waking up, she's drinking champagne, she's drinking seltzers. They have a inflatable pool full of beer all day that people are chugging off of, but she's also turning in homework, huh? She had psych homework. Psych homework to turn in, huh? Psych homework to turn in. Interesting. How are you turning in homework if you're so wasted you can't even remember like half of where you went or what you did for almost the whole weekend? How are you turning in homework? How did you get anything done? You're drunk. For what sounds like the way she's describing it, she has been wasted all weekend long. Right? We all woke up at 8 o'clock and I had psych homework that I had to turn in. So maybe she slept it off. Maybe she slept off some of her drunkenness from like noon to 8. I guess, it is college, I don't know. She has very convenient memory, is what I'm getting at. That's my vibes. That's my vibes. The vibes I'm picking up is she has very convenient memory, for certain things. I don't know how, in one breath, you're so drunk you barely remember what you did all weekend long, but in the next breath, you woke up and had all this psych homework that you had to turn in and get done. Psych homework. Why am I not surprised that it's psych homework?
9:30 to 10ish.
But you set your alarms for 8 p.m.?
Yes, I know that for sure. We all set our alarms for 8 p.m. I'm just gonna look at when I turn this assignment in. Let's see.
It would have been the 12.
Yeah, the 12. So I turned my assignment in at 10:12. So then they must have gone before around 9:30, before 10, because it took me about 20 minutes to do this assignment.
Were you in the house alone?
No, Kaylee was upstairs in her room. She was getting ready for the club. One of her friends came over. I can't remember her name, but I met her a few times. She's super nice. They were upstairs hanging out, and they were all getting ready. I got ready, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go over. I left. I turned this in. I got ready. So I probably left around 10:30.
What was the class assignment you were turning in?
It's psychology 215.
Did you have a deadline at midnight or something?
Yeah, that's when I.
So her course is psychology 215. Okay. She turned it in just a little after 10 p.m. This is also after she's explained that she's like pretty drunk and, was drunk like the whole weekend, right? Also, welcome in, Night Rider. Welcome in, everybody. I am trying to check my chat here. Echo 444, hello. Good to see you. Don't be hating. Hello, Pamela Smith. Amethyst, hello, honey. So good to see you. Just remember, guys, I don't really block people or ban them. AZ, what up? Welcome on in. But, stay kind in chat, okay? We can have our opinions of Dylan. It's okay. I understand there's a lot of people who think that, but just try to stay kind in chat, please. Okay. You can still have your opinion and get it across in a nice way. Okay. Design Rhythm. Hello. Welcome on in. I'm giving my opinion here. I'm probably going to be pretty harsh, but I'm also going to try to be kind about it as well. Like, I'm just giving my opinion on what I think Gooch is assessing here. I think Gooch is trying to assess whether or not this girl may be like a sociopath or a psychopath, or like, what's her emotional capacity at this point when she's being interviewed. This is only like literally 4 days after the murder, right? It's 4 days. And from jump, Gooch is like trying to emotionally bait her almost. We need to figure this out. Who did this to your friends and changed your life forever? And you can't get any kind of like emotional response. It's all very rehearsed, robotic, and she needs to look at her phone to remember. This is 4 days later. We're not talking months later, right? Oh, wait. Okay. So I'm a dummy. So this is before Gooch even retired. This is before Gooch even retired. Gooch is interviewing her. Interesting. So I'm a dummy. I am so stupid. I thought that this interview was from after Gooch had already retired, like in 2023, and then was brought back on to interview her again or whatever. I'm so stupid sometimes, friends. Wow. Annie, really? Okay. So now that, okay, so this actually makes it even more fucking crazy that Gooch is interviewing her 4 days later after she just wrapped up this undercover human trafficking sting. September into October, huh? They're bringing her in November. Holy shit. Wow, I'm so fucking stupid sometimes. Sorry, guys. Let me look at my chat. Bro, why didn't anybody, not even one of you, be like, hey, Annie, just so you know, that Gooch interview is like 4 days later. Because when we were first talking about it, when I was covering that Investigate West article that had to do with Gooch and the undercover sting, I was like, fall of 2022. Wait, so then they brought Gooch back on to interview Dylan? Because I was thinking that this was like after his arrest. I kept thinking this interview Gooch did was after his arrest. So 4 days later, and we have no emotion from Dylan here so far. We are 15 minutes in, so maybe she'll cry at some point. Let's see.
Well, I guess this will be turned Friday, so I was trying to turn it in.
To get some credit.
Yeah, some credit at least.
So you think you left it
10:30 because I had to get ready. This assignment obviously turned in 10:12. I'm going to say around 10:30 is when I left.
When you left, who was in the house?
Kaylee, I believe, and I know Kaylee was for sure, and I don't really remember if her friend was still there. I'm pretty sure.
Again?
I don't remember her name. She's super nice. I met her. I mean, she's been so like I'm not like close with her, but I know of her, and she's super nice. I just can't remember her name. So, my house is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look. All I know is that the person who posted the video here, the audio only for this. Sorry, I'm just looking at Ms. Pottage's comment. Really, yes, really. Either yes, I'm that dumb, honey. I am that dumb. Yep. Sometimes I am. Sometimes literally shit goes right over my head. Don't ask me why, but I kept thinking that this Gooch interview was like after he was arrested. And they had to go back and like re-interview people and shit for, because they did the whole grand jury thing and everything. I'm so dumb sometimes. This interview is 4 days after the crime. After the crime. Holy shit. There's like no emotions. None. It's wild. She's already coached. She already doesn't remember anything, needs to look at her phone and is like robotic. Gooch. 4 days later. This is literally like a month after Gooch is wrapping up her undercover human trafficking stings that went on from like September to October in Idaho. If I remember correctly, it was from like September 2022 to October 2022 that they did the undercover sting operations. And then this crime happened November 13th, and Gooch is interviewing her 4 days later. And she's very like robotic and like rehearsed already. And Josiah Rollines that on this day, on this morning, on the 13th, he is recovering all of these artifacts and shit and videos and fucking altered images and things out of her phone between her and her father, all deleted and stuff. Interesting. Oh, damn. You have no idea how many like brainworms I just got based on the fact that this is 4 days after the crime. I'm going to let it play and marinate in my brainworms.
Like a 2-minute walk. Like it's right from our house, pretty much across the street up the little green hill. I guess you would know. As I was walking there, the White's apartment, like the parking lot between, I guess, parking lot between the street and the Whites. I was walking down there, I saw Maddie, and she was holding a box of White Claws, I believe. And as she was walking, I was like, "Oh, like where are you going? Like, are you not staying?" She goes, "No, I'm gonna go to the club with Kid." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, have fun." I don't know when they left. I didn't go home. I just went straight to
Real quick, the route you took to go down King Cross?
you know those little stairs that's in between, like the tiny little stairs that's next to the Whites. Yeah. Those tiny stairs. I walked down that, walked the Whites parking lot, and then up that green hill to the.
You came out your front. I'm assuming you came out the front door.
Yes.
Of the parking lot.
Yes.
Across Queen.
Yes.
That short little path
yes.
between the Whites and the blue apartment.
Yes.
What point in there were you ready?
Right when that parking lot, like that big blue dumpster, I'm almost positive is where I met her, and I was like, "Oh, like what are you doing?" She doesn't go to the club.
So you were already down then?
Yeah, I was down the parking lot, and then like right where it ends in that blue dumpster is where I saw her.
Was she headed home with the White Claws first?
Yes, she had the White Claws with her, and she was walking home. And I believe it was like one of those mini 6-packs, not like the huge ones.
And we're not here. We're not,
yeah, I know. You know that. So I go through there because they close their gates at a certain time, so you have to go through the front door and get these wristbands. I go through the door. I called Xana. It's like, "Oh, like what apartment you're at?" Because they were at apartments beforehand, and they go apartment 4. So I go down there. Ethan's there. One of their freshmen is there. There's some girls in there I don't know, but like I've seen before. They're all sorority and fraternity people. I'm with Xana, and he is there with us as well. Which is she has a guy, super nice guy. I met him a lot, like great friend. He was with us too. We're kind of going in and out of the lodge, which is the main place, and back to the apartment just to see like how it was going, like if it was going or not, which it really wasn't that night. I mean, there was a lot of people, which is kind of weird.
Was there a football game going on at the same time though?
No.
Oh,
I don't believe
there was a late game that night.
Maybe there still was. I can't remember.
So I think it started at 8:30.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It was at 4.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the Washington State game that's
Yeah, I think that should have been 4 thing, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't know. So me and Gibby obviously going back and forth, kind of looking around. Eventually they go into the room, which I think is, I can't remember, I think it's apartment. I can't fully remember. He's a super nice guy. Totally trust him. Like, I've met him a lot. They were hanging out in there. I remember
she can't remember his name, but he's a super nice guy, and she trusts him and met him a lot. The apartment that whoever this, redacted person went into. Right. He's like a super nice guy, and like I met him a lot and I trust him. I don't remember his name though. She just said she can't remember his name. But he's a super nice guy and totally trust him and met him a lot. What? I'm so sorry. What? How could you trust someone whose name you don't know and can't remember? And this is only 4 days later. Keep in mind, 4 days after the crime.
Ethan was really worried about because they also had their formal that night, and so he was texting her a lot because she wasn't answering her, and apparently she'd been calling. Ethan Chapman.
Yeah, I'm confused about that. You're talking about Ethan calling.
Yeah, Chapman. I can't remember how to say it.
Okay, Chapin. Don't remember how to say it. Guys, this is literally 4 days after the crime. This is why I thought that this interview was months later and why she needed to like look at her phone and stuff, because I thought that this interview happened like in 2023. Okay. Like a couple months later. Now it's even more like my brain is actually exploding because this is only 4 days later.
Apparently she wasn't crying and she wasn't answering her phone.
She doesn't know how to pronounce people's names. She doesn't remember other people's names that she super duper trusts and like they're super duper trustworthy people. She doesn't remember their name, but they're super duper trustworthy, totally like super nice people. She trusts them totally, but she doesn't remember their name. It's only 4 days later.
And he was just like texting her a lot, really worried. I ended up talking to me after everything happened, and she was like, no, like I just fell asleep and I forgot to text, and the last thing he said was like, I love you. That's like way later. But so I remember that, and then I remember
Didn't see why she was upset.
no, he didn't know why, and he was really worried about her. He's very protective, like he was like an older brother, like a big brother to me too. Like he was super protective of all of us. And then I believe it was me that went to the lodge, and I remember saying like, hey, do you want to go? Is one of Xana's best friends. We met through Xana. And she was I guess she was at the house. She has 2 roommates. One of them I know. And they were just having, I think there's like 5 or 6 people total at the house, and it's like a 5-minute walk from my house. So I remember telling me, and like, do you want to go? We just called it. They ended up saying, so me and ended up walking there. It's like a 5-minute walk.
I just want you guys to know it's not my video skipping, by the way, or anything. It's them redacting out names like every other second. Just so you guys know, that's not me doing that. It's not the video. It's not like, that's literally their audio on this.
With him. We go in there. It's obviously me and I mean best friend, and then twin, and then there's also I believe I'm almost positive that's who was there. Again, I kept drinking more. We were playing Rage Cage drinking game, so I don't know fully how much I had to drink. I obviously was probably drunk at this point.
Prior to that point, how much you had to drink? Up to the point that you don't remember, how much did you have to drink?
So like after the nap, I had about 3 or 4 drinks of seltzers. I'm pretty sure.
What type of seltzer?
Like just White Claws.
Is that 8%?
Those are 5%.
Yours are 5, so you're doing the lower end.
Yeah, that's what we usually would always drink.
So this isn't a question of interrogation. It isn't a Gemma. Were you doing anything else besides the alcohol?
No, me and never have. Xana and Ethan, they would take Adderall every now and then, but that was the only thing they would ever do. Maddie would never, ever. Kaylee, I remember her talking about it once when she did Adderall, but that was it. I mean, Xana and Ethan were very smart. They were not like stupid drugs at all. I remember all I heard about of them doing is Adderall. That's the only thing I've heard of. Me and were never, like, we just never touched that stuff.
You just did alcohol.
Just drank. That was the only thing we used. So we're at her place, obviously having a good time. My friend, do you know what a Borg is? People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs you pour alcohol, put vodka and me or whatever. Supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Obviously had drinking a whole Borg, and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home, and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So every fraternity, they have sobros, which are freshmen that are supposed to be sober for that night so they can drive people home. I tell him, I was like, hey, can you do the sobros? We don't have to walk. I mean, the walk's not terrible, but like she can not walk very well. When we get the sobro, was going to come with us, my friend, but she ended up staying at, I believe. I don't know where she went exactly because of me got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us, but like I trust them because I knew them. I trust them all part.
I don't know who the guys were that drove us, and this friend that came with me, she could barely walk, so that's why we got these sobros. I don't know them. I don't know them, but I trust them. But I totally trust them. Even though the walk is literally from the Whites to the house, like, no, they're at the fraternity. My bad. She's talking about at the fraternity. Okay. So, again, so she's drunk. She has a Borg and shit. Her friend is drunk, can barely walk. And they're just hopping into the car with, people she trusts, even though she don't know them.
And I'm just being like super nice, trust me, you guys. We get home. No one is home. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had the party Friday. Saturday, we were drinking, whatever.
What time is this that you go home?
Let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
What do you call the freshman that stays sober?
Sobros.
Sobros.
Yeah. So it was definitely after 1 because I have a video of dancing at 1. So I guess at first I thought it was 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember. I'm gonna say around 1:15 to 1:30ish. That could be wrong.
Sunday morning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
You're not going to sober brother wants to give you the room.
No, but like if needed, I can text him. He would know. So we get home. There's popcorn. I also make just a bowl of popcorn for me and I put Vampire Diaries on. I don't know for sure, but I think around 20 minutes later, Beth came home and we just laid down and watched Vampire Diaries. When I first did this interview, I thought it was around 2 when I went to bed, but it could have been later. I don't remember. Again, I was kind of out of it. I was drunk. At some point, I did go in my bed. Ended up sobering up when she walked home. I told her she'd get a ride, but she wanted to walk home. I said, okay.
Do you know what time that would have been?
I don't know when she left. I mean, that was like a normal thing. Like, you were never worried in Moscow. It was normal just to walk home. I don't know what time I went to bed. I have no clue. I remember waking up somewhere around 2 and 2:30. Again, I don't fully remember. I heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. Again, the walls are pretty thin. Like, you can hear everything. So Maddie and Kaylee get home from the club. I noticed they have grub truck. So it's just like that video that's going around. It's them like grub truck. They usually just get mac and cheese. So I can tell they got home from grub truck because they got mac and cheese and they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at.
When you got up and took a video?
I went up to, so pretty much, I don't know where Beth was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit.
Okay, so Kaylee and Maddie get home, and Bethany goes upstairs with Kaylee and Maddie, right? That's what she's saying. And then she goes up there.
The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
Yeah.
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if it's story?
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around 2:30
What were they asking to text her?
to take us back to Grub Truck.
So at 3:11 a.m., there's a video she has on her phone at 3:11 a.m. And you can hear Kaylee or someone in the background. Someone said no one's sober or something like that. And you can hear another girl, it sounds like Kaylee, say, you know, can someone want to call so-and-so to get food, right?
So we could get more food. Yeah. Grub Truck was
Let's
like
listen to that again.
the best place to go when we were drunk. When she walked home, I told her she'd get a ride, but she wanted to school. Thanks.
And that's on the 13th of November.
We did that on Sunday. I guess it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
Before we go further, you said when you got home with,
Mhm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
You
home.
even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh,
But because Kaylee and Maddie came home later, that's how I knew they were not there that time.
so what about Ethan and Smee?
Their door.
So Blaker just asked her, when you got home, no one was home. And she said no. And he says, you know that because you went upstairs. And she says, no, I didn't go upstairs. Let's listen to that again. I don't even know where we're at here. Where did I stop it at? Let's go back a minute and play that again.
I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
Yeah.
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if it's story?
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around 2:30
What were they asking to text her?
to take us back to Grub Truck so we can get more food. Yeah. Grub Truck was like the best place to go when we were drunk.
So who's in the house at 3:10 a.m.?
I don't know where Zen and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know if they came home or not, but I know for sure. I know there's on the video we can hear her laughing. So it's me, Kaylee, and Maddie. That is who's in that video. And I have a picture of Maddie.
Just to make sure that we have that. Can you text that to myself?
Yes, I have a picture of Maddie too, and I'll save both of these and send them to you.
Thank you.
And I can screenshot the timestamp too. I can send it to you after this whole thing.
And that's on the 13th of November.
That's on Sunday. I guess it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
Before we go further, you said when you got home with,
Mhm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
You
home.
even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh,
But
Okay, so Blaker says, when you and Lakeland got home, no one was home. She says no. He says, you went upstairs. She says no.
because Kaylee and Maddie came home later, that's how I knew they were not there that time.
so what about Ethan and Smee?
Their door was open. I could see that. I could tell
So
they were not home.
That door was open at that point.
Yes, sorry, I can't fully remember. I don't know for sure if their door was open or not, but I believe they were not there. I mean, maybe they were, but at that moment, I believe they were not. So obviously,
Let me step back, because that's a fair question. So when you were talking about Ethan trying to get hold of his sister, did he leave your group to go check on his sister?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think he thought that she might be either at her house or like at the formal, wherever it was. I don't really know. We were talking a lot. Me, yes, left that little group to go into the lodge. So I don't know where him and Sam.
Never saw him again.
No, I did not see him again. So after the video of me, Maddie, Kaylee, in that room, I did text him, and I'm gonna guess who those text. I can screenshot all of it to you. I texted him. I was like, "Hey, are you driving tonight?" He goes, "Yes, I am." And then me and Kaylee were like, "We're not gonna go anymore." Like, we just played going, so we never did. I went into bed.
Okay, here's what's interesting about what she just said there. She said that when Gower texted her, right? Let's go look at it because I have it open still. She said that when she texted him about, "Hey, are you still driving?" that he said, "Yes, I am." Right? He said, "Yes, I am. And we decided we're not going to go." That's what she just said. But where is it here? Are you driving by chance? Let's see, because it shows the time that it was actually read. Right? She didn't read it until way later. I can go find it here. That way I can tell you like what page it's on where you can go see it yourself too. Because she actually didn't read the text. When he answered, "Yes, I am," she didn't actually read it until like, if I remember correctly, it's like 4 something in the morning. So hang on one second. I'm going to find it in here. Un momento, por favor. Okay, there's that. That's where she's talking about my phone is going to die, blah, blah, blah. Run down here. I remember seeing it in this document, and I'm going to find it and tell you where you can go find it. Because she didn't read his text when he responded to her until like way later. I know it's in here somewhere. I'll find it. Probably after this here. Let me see. Is that one? No. Yeah, it's definitely around 4 a.m. Echo 444. Thank you, honey. Okay, you know what? I don't even care if they don't believe me. Whatever, they can go read the document themselves. I know everybody knows what I'm talking about in this 49-page document. That is the defense exhibit here, 1A. It's in here somewhere. She didn't actually read his text, so it's very interesting that 4 days after this crime, she's saying that she has that video of them all upstairs together. Someone says none of us are sober. Someone else says, someone call Eric and see if he can get food or whatever. Blaker says, what did you want Eric to pick you up for? Oh, to take us back to Grub Truck, right? But then he said yes. I texted him, are you driving? He says yes. And then we just decided we weren't going to go. Well, the problem with that is that you didn't read his response until way later. This is 4 days later. I mean, maybe nobody else, like maybe you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. I hope you are. It's very interesting to me. So 4 days after the crime, she's trying to play like, well, we all wanted to go get Grub Truck. I texted him. He said he was still driving. But then, even though he said he was still driving, we decided we're not going to go. That's technically just not true, because she wouldn't have known what his response was until she read it a couple hours later. Unless maybe, she did what I do. Sometimes I'll get a text message and I just swipe down from the top I don't actually go into my messages to read it. So you know what? I'll give her a little slack on this one because I do get text messages sometimes and it's not going to mark it as read until I go in and actually open up the message. But I can swipe down from up top on my home screen and see my messages, my text messages, and respond to them. Once I respond, it's going to mark as read though. So you know what? I'll cut her some slack. I'll shut up.
I have a big habit of locking my door because I watch one of mine a lot and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much. I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but pretty much there was music playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come out, like arguments come on, drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also knew that Murphy was with her. That's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Yes, her dog. And
How do you think you went to bed?
I have no clue. Somewhere after that video, 3:10. Yeah, I don't fully remember.
Okay. Somewhere after 3:10 is when she says she went to bed. Because we know she's texting the Uber driver at 3:10, 3:11. She has this video. She's texting the Uber driver. He's responding according to her. He responded and they decided they weren't going to go. She doesn't remember when she went to bed though, right? She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember going from Kaylee's room or Maddie's room, whoever's room they were in, upstairs to her bedroom for like 40 minutes. Because that's about the time frame here, because at 3:51, she is awake and entering a contact. Okay? She's up. She's awake. And Bethany is calling her 27 minutes later. Approximate 28-ish minutes later. Okay? So she's awake. After 3:10, 3:11, she is still awake and she does not remember when she went to her room to, quote, go to bed.
When did you text her?
Yes, I'll look at that.
Did you went to bed after you texted him?
Yes, I went to bed. I was walking downstairs when I texted him, so it would have been like right after.
Are you using your normal phone texting to talk
Yes.
to these people, or using an app or something like that?
What do you mean texting? Like,
So there's multiple ways to text people. You can either text by using your phone through
Yeah.
the message system, or you use Facebook or Snapchat.
yeah. So the main two ways we text is Snapchat and text. I switch between both. Like, it's never like, oh, I only text this. Like, I don't, like it's both kind of.
Okay. Do you have a preference on which one you normally use?
No, it just is like if
Or
I.
just depend on who you're talking to?
I guess it would be, it depends who I'm talking to and like how important it is. Usually if it's more important, I go through text. But then also like I'll text like my high school friends through more text than Snapchat. Like it just is random, I would say. Nothing really.
It's not difficult to transition between the two.
No, it's not. Like my friend, I'll text through Snapchat and then I'll also texting her through messages. It just is random. Let me
So
try.
could there be chances that we could see gaps when we look at your phone and everything like that? You could see text messages through your normal phone here, no text messages maybe for a day or two because you're using something
Yeah.
else.
I thought, are you guys able to go like download my Snapchat stuff in there, or is that not
So
possible?
I've been traveling these last 9
Okay.
days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
And look at her. She's like, she was about to say, I thought, I'm telling you, this is just my opinion. She was about to say, I thought you couldn't like get Snapchats or whatever. But then she corrects herself and she's like, I thought you got can you get my Snapchat stuff? Interesting. And Blaker's like, well, I don't even know what they got yet. I've been traveling, But she's like, It's interesting. It's very interesting when you go back and really listen and,
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for you to do things that helps me.
There is a gap on your cell phone.
Okay. Then that's
Notifications on your cell phone from Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
yeah. That's probably why. If there is any way,
Gooch is like, yeah, actually, it's because there's a gap. That's why we're asking. Blaker's trying to like beat around the bush. Gooch is like, yeah, that's why we're asking, because you have this gap, right? Where it stops here and then picks back up this day. You know what I mean? It's very, very interesting. Okay. Get it, Gooch. Get it.
that you guys could download that stuff, I would really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline and figure anything out if that's possible.
I don't want to interject too much, but I just got an email from Bill Thompson about specifically Snapchat accounts, all the accounts that you would have on email, because I was talking to the detective later about maybe you guys just deleting those accounts so that you're not getting hacked. This morning with the forensic detective, and he says we prefer that the accounts not be deleted. If it would help, we could get your clients logged so your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts.
So the attorney here was going, or whoever that woman was that was just talking, got an email from Bill Thompson, right? Saying, yeah, no, actually, we'd prefer it if you don't delete the accounts. The attorney is trying to say they should be able to delete them because of the harassment, right? Because they might be harassed, blah, blah, blah. Bill Thompson's like, we'd prefer it if you don't, actually. You can hand over the username and the password so that we can take control of the accounts and we'll have access to them. And in my mind, if I was like sitting in the room, I feel like, this is just my opinion, she's probably shitting bricks as she's listening to this. Just my opinion. Dylan is shitting bricks at this moment when she realizes that, like, no, the accounts are not going to be deleted. The preference is you're going to hand over password, account information, and you're going to let law enforcement take over the accounts. And also, law enforcement has warrants for it anyway. Don't worry about it. The warrant is in place for that information anyway. She is probably shitting bricks right now, knowing they're about to get into her Snapchat. And she's thinking, no biggie, no biggie. That shit goes away. It goes away. No, it doesn't. Even when you delete it, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Everything you guys did on your Snapchats that morning, all of you, your little groups, your little group chats and all of that, your little texting and voice calls and everything, you think it goes away.
That's just something for you guys to discuss and throw out. That's what they're wanting to know, what you want to do with that. If that's easier to just give them your passwords and they can just log in. But I'll let you guys think about that.
Okay. The one thing with Snapchat is when you do send a text, it can go away. So I'm going to guess you guys can still download that stuff.
She's like, no. Is that once you can, the text will go away unless you can get that. Can you get that? Oh my God.
Maybe.
If not, then they can also request through Snapchat
Yeah.
for reservation.
Okay, that's the main thing. Like, I believe I called Ethan through Snapchat, not because I like some people even have their Snapchat on their phone, which is kind of weird. That's how it is. So
What's your login information on Snapchat?
She said, because I sometimes call people on Snapchat because I don't have their phone numbers, right? But she does have Ethan's phone number. She does have Ethan's phone number, though. Right? Maybe I'm wrong.
like my use. So it would be. Yes. I forgot my password again, but it's probably gonna be. I mean, I can reset it so you guys can have that password. I'll try and figure that out.
So your password.
I would have to. I have a password, so I have to figure that out.
Can I ask you before I forget, because I will, because I'm open. Do you happen to know your roommates' passwords onto their cell phones?
No, I don't. I won't.
I've never seen them put in their PIN or do it.
No, usually you don't. You're not really logging out of Snapchat.
I'm just getting their phones in general.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they have passwords or not. I have no clue. May or may not know Maddie's, because we're all super close, but Maddie was. They had like that little bit stronger connection, but I don't. She knows that. So at 3:10 is when I asked, "Are you driving by chance?" At 3:13, he said, "I am," but I never responded. I just went to bed. So I guess it'd been like 3:15. I went to bedish.
So at 3:13, Gower responds to her, but she didn't read it until like after 4 a.m.
The timeline it's so pretty cool.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I remember when I first did the second interview. I didn't at the time, but now looking at photos and text, I can see better timeline.
Do you know if it came?
I don't think so. I would guess he didn't because I never responded. But he, like, we talked to him all the time. Like, we text him all the time. He knew where our house was. He knew, like, what Friendliness was, what the Whites was. We really liked him. He was our favorite Uber driver. He could know something just because they do probably have cameras, and I probably would be a good guy to talk to just in case. But, like, we trusted him. He was a super nice guy. Always make sure we got home safe. I never had, like, any weird suspicion with him ever.
How old is he?
Oh, I don't know. I think mid-30s probably. He has a kid. I know that, and he's married.
So he's talked to you. You've had conversations.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations, like, obviously drunk with him.
So you went to bed after that communication?
Yes, after that communication. I don't fully remember, but I think I was on my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. I don't know how long. I don't know for sure if I was or wasn't. Again, I don't know if I locked my door. I have a habit of locking my door, but I don't know if I did. And I don't remember. I'm usually the one that locks the sliding door at night because Aaron and Ethan would get up and forget to lock it. I don't know if I locked it that night. I don't know if anyone else. I don't believe I locked it. But it also wasn't like, oh, you have to lock it. Like, Moscow always seemed like a super safe place. Like, you walk home at night drunk by yourself or with one other girl. Like, that's just the norm of Moscow. So I fell asleep. I was usually when I am drunk,
Okay, so after like 3:15 a.m., right? So between 3:15, and she doesn't remember if she locked the slider, but she went in her room and she watched more Vampire Diaries on her phone, right? Vampire Diaries on her phone. At 3:51, she is entering a new contact. When did she go to sleep? What does she mean sleep? So far, I have heard nothing about sleeping. You're awake. You're texting people as you walk down the stairs into your room. Once you get into your room, you're putting Vampire Diaries on your phone. You're awake. This is still happening after 3:15 a.m. 3:10, 3:11, 3:13. It's Gower, Uber driver. And Gooch is like, did Gower show up? And she's like, I don't think so. Right? My God.
fall asleep a lot better. And during the weekdays, I get a lot more scared about things, but when on the weekends, because I have been intoxicated and I'm obviously drunk, I sleep a lot better, like a lot deeper sleep, I would say. So
You suffer from anxiety?
Yeah.
Even before.
Yeah.
What the hell? What are they muting? Oh, they're talking about her medical stuff. Okay, that's why. They're talking. Yeah, it's redacted because of her medical stuff. Mingia. It's crazy, dude. So this is all of her medical stuff they're talking about for this long redacted period. Interesting. All I heard was the anxiety. And then all of this is them talking about, maybe I guess this is where she's talking about her dreams or some shit. I don't know. The dreams of her being chased and kidnapped or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's interesting though, huh? So from 3:15 to 3:51, she's in her room, allegedly watching Vampire Diaries, but also sleeping because she can just get sleeps better.
I remember waking up around 4 to 4:20.
All right. I remember waking up around 4 to 4:20. That just happens to be the precise minutes between the 3:51 entering the contact and the 4:19 a.m. when Bethany is calling her. It's the precise time. Okay? Just keep that in mind. It's the precise time. She's up at 3:51 entering a new contact, and by 4:19, Bethany is calling her. OMG. So she's not asleep, right? So I think it's fair to establish that she was not asleep. So this whole, and then I woke up shit is a farce. Because even by her own account, as we just listened to, there is no sleeping. At 3:15, she's walking down the stairs, like allegedly texting Gower or looking at his texts or texting whoever. And then she goes in her room to watch Vampire Diaries. So there is no sleeping unless you slept for, 12 minutes or some shit. Okay. I'm just saying.
Text between me and Kaylee at 4. I mean, just text from me to her at 4:20. Let me make sure.
Well, I have to step back because I forgot to ask you. After the initial White Claws, what else did you consume? Do you have the 3 White Claws you told us?
So yes, so 3 White Claws. Going to the house, I had some of 4. Obviously, Rage Cage. I don't know what they put in it. I believe it was hard alcohol. I think it was just seltzers. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just seltzers that store. I don't remember it being any hard alcohol. Obviously,
Rage Cage.
yes, it's like just drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say, of Borg, which obviously has like vodka brunettes. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I drank, but obviously some of that. And then I would say I probably had like 2 or 3 more drinks, maybe a few more.
And what were they?
Also White Claws.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where were they at home?
What do you mean?
Did you drink them at home?
This was at house.
Did you drink anything at home when you ate
No.
popcorn?
No.
So the drinking had stopped.
Once we left the house, it stopped. I think so. I don't fully know. I'm like trying to think again. Because I know the last video I have was dancing at. Look at that again. That was at 12:57. So I would say, I don't know, 1:15, 1:30 I left, just basing off these videos that I have. So we got that sober home, obviously. What we watched Vampire Diaries, had popcorn, Maddie, no more alcohol. So then I guess I told you that rest of the part. So
you're in your bed. You said, so we interrupted you. So you awakened at somewhere between 4 and 4:28.
Oh yeah, I have text that I texted Kaylee. So on my phone it says 5:22 because the time changed, but Moscow's an hour behind. So at 4:22.
Okay, notice what she leaves out here. She's talking about text messages. Now she's going to start her text message chain. She's leaving out one. Bethany called me. She's also leaving out the fact that at 3:51 a.m. she is entering a new contact into her phone. We know that's what she's doing. We know now that Josiah Roloff recovered things from her phone that all occurred during the time that she's allegedly asleep, and it pertains to her and her father and their little, voice text, whatever the hell it was with Snapchat and all of that shit. Don't forget, Josiah Roloff recovered it, the communications from their devices. Her and her father, DM and BM. She's leaving all of this out in this interview 4 days after the crime. She is leaving it all out that in fact, in my opinion, what she's actually doing is communicating with her father. She is communicating with her father via another app, via another way, not through text. Okay? It's just my opinion. Just my opinion. She's leaving all of that out, and she's entering a new contact. And it's my opinion, that new contact, it's her father giving it to her. It's just my opinion. Just my opinion, okay? Do not run with anything I say. Just my opinion. But she is not telling them here 4 days after this crime, which they find out later, which is found out way later, is that actually there's all of this deleted communication and artifacts, including images, videos that have been altered, deleted, text messages getting deleted, phone calls getting deleted, shit like this, that Roloff recovered from their devices, her and her father.
In Moscow, I guess, would that change also my Snapchat video times?
Yes.
So then all this would be an hour. That's kind of messed everything up. Sorry, then I guess everything would be an hour behind.
But on your phone now, you're saying at 4:22 you texted Kaylee the first time.
But now since we're in Boise, it changed to 5:22. I don't really know why.
Because we're an hour.
Yeah, an hour ahead, and I made sure because I sent a screenshot to my mom that had my time, and it showed my mom's time, and it obviously switched over because of Boise time. Sorry, that really confused me.
What did you text her?
I said, Kaylee, what's going on? Please answer. So.
Why did you ask that?
So I'll start from there. 4 a.m. Around 4 to 4:20. I don't know if I was.
Just listen to how, listen, guys, I'm sorry, I gotta say it. Listen to how, chill she is breaking this all down. This is 4 days later. That's what this says on the screen here that I'm looking at in front of me. I linked this video in the description of my live here. Big shout out to Brittany Brown for posting this full audio with no interruptions or anything. Yeah, it says November 17th, 2022, audio only. Dylan Mortensen's second interview. So Gooch is already on it. Gooch has already been brought in. Cypher Clue, welcome on in. Well, I got to disagree with you though, Cypher Clue, right? And the only reason I disagree with you on that one is because, you know, there's a very specific reason that Gooch is questioning her the way that she does in this interview. I know some of the other interviews were soft or whatever, you know. This one specifically, though, Dylan already has a lawyer present. Okay. So Gooch has to be, there's certain things that like her lawyer can pipe in and just say like, she's not going to answer that, or she, you know, you don't have to answer that, or, you know, it doesn't happen, but there is a lawyer. Last I checked, I'm pretty sure there's a lawyer, who chimes in every now and then who represents her. Okay. So I think that, you know, keep in mind when you're questioning someone, especially with a lawyer, there are certain things that you got to tiptoe around. But Gooch just wrapped up before she's doing this interview with Dylan. Shit, she just wrapped up an entire undercover human trafficking stings going on across Idaho, you know, September and October. So, damn, Gooch is getting it, in my opinion. I think Gooch does an excellent job. Gooch was brought in to analyze Dylan's possible psychopathy. That's just my opinion only.
Drunk probably was
To determine whether or not she is some kind of like mind control, hazing victim, something like that. That is my vibe, okay? That's the best way that I could describe it. I feel like they brought in Gooch because not necessarily, because obviously you'd want a psychologist to analyze her, correct? If you think she might be a psychopath, you'd want a psychologist to do that for you. The problem is she's probably not going to cooperate with that, and her fucking lawyer would tell her, don't cooperate with that. So the way that you do it is you bring in someone like Gooch, who actually does all of this with the trafficking victims in the state. I'm just saying, at the time that all this shit is happening, that is what Gooch is doing. But it's so interesting to me that this is 4 days after, and she is like so calm about breaking this all down. And times, all of a sudden, now she can remember times. Now, okay, yeah, let's break it down. Let's break down this timeline.
for sure. I was really safe. I like woke up out of nowhere. I heard her playing music.
I was really asleep and I woke up out of nowhere. It just can't be true because you don't even have enough time to fall asleep. From the time you get into your room and watch Vampire Diaries to the time you're entering a new contact at 3:51, you you weren't asleep, bro. Stop. And I get it. You know, Gooch it's not like Gooch can be like, okay, Dylan, please. They have to just let her fucking say it. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like sometimes you just have to let them talk. Man, you do. And now we see why.
How do you know it was her? I guess I should ask that.
I don't really know for sure why I knew it was her, but I think it's because I heard her voice and she's probably singing. I knew for sure it was her when she walked upstairs and she said someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee. So pretty much she like walked up the stairs, normal, wasn't weird or anything, and I was like, okay, like I can go back to bed. Like
So she like shouted out to you, somebody's here?
not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake, but so she walked up the stairs with Murphy. I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs just by how many like stomps there was. And she said someone was here frantically, but it wasn't a yell because I know for a fact it was like yell or shout because they don't hear. And from what I heard, it's like between talking and yelling. Like wasn't yelling just in between there. I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. Like I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue.
Okay. So she remembers going into the room, turning on the Vampire Diaries and all of that, right? But now she's not even sure if she actually did hear Kaylee. run up the stairs with the dog because she's not sure if it's a dream or if like her mind is doing whatever. That's what she just said. I don't know if it's my mind just doing whatever. Interesting. And we know at this point, this is only 4 days after the crime, she's literally not telling them about what she was actually doing in her room, which is not sleeping, because she's texting and having conversations with her father via a different way, not through text messaging. Okay. And she's entering a new contact at 3:51, and she's omitting it.
But in that moment of what I think I heard, was her saying someone's here. Again, I think it was more like between talking and yelling. I don't know for sure. From what I remember, I think she like ran down the stairs pretty fast and then just stopped. That's when I texted her, I believe, is like, I was kind of like, what in the world, like, what is this? Like, just doesn't make sense, and I didn't think anything was wrong because nothing ever bad happens in Moscow, ever. So then...
Did Kaylee sound stressed?
Yes, kind of, I think. I don't know for sure.
What was Murphy doing? Was he barking?
I think he was barking again. I don't remember fully. I think he was
Murphy
barking.
a barker? Does Murphy bark at strangers?
You don't get a lot of strangers, so I don't know. Think so.
What would make Murphy bark? What normally, under normal circumstances, would make Murphy bark?
He just wasn't really much of a barker.
But you heard him barking, you think? Or
yeah, I think so, from what I think I heard.
Can I step back a second?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, because you've been consuming alcohol, but I have to ask you because you have gone.
This is mental stuff again that they're redacting here, in my opinion. Gooch is asking her about mental stuff. Medical stuff. Sorry. Medical, mental, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that's just my opinion. She's circling back to it, and that's why it's all redacted out. Okay. It's the medical information they're talking about. That's not me doing that, guys. Sorry, it's their video. Their audio, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, they're talking about medical stuff. Gooch is asking her about that.
So you heard Murphy barking, but Murphy's barked before.
I mean, so when in the backyard there's dogs out there and he would bark at them. I don't think he ever really barked at people. Again, I don't remember fully. I'm just guessing off of what I think. But I do think I remember hearing barking when Kaylee said that, and I just something about her running down the stairs really fast because of how fast she was stomping. I think. Yeah, from what I don't know if it's real or if my mind's just drunk and awake. I don't know really.
Well, that's important for us. So
yeah,
we can't tell you whether or not that was reality.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue. I keep trying to remember, but I don't know what's real and what's not. Pretty much from that night, and it's kind of frustrating not knowing at all. I don't remember who I called first. I don't remember when I called them. I mean, I guess I could look on Sunday on my phone.
Was this at the time you heard Kaylee? Right?
Yes. Okay. Let me look from Sunday.
What's Kaylee saying?
She just said someone's here, and then nothing else, from what I remember.
So like you said, you heard her say someone's here, and then heard the friend.
Yes, that's what I think I remember. So she walked. I think she was wearing, because all the girls wear those Doc Martens, whatever. I think it was those. I don't know. I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure it was shoes because of how loud it was. Again, I don't know for sure. I'm looking at my phone. Okay, so I called at 4:19 a.m., which I didn't know. I guess I called 4. I texted Kaylee, and I think that's when she said something about firecracker, which I thought she was saying that there someone threw fireworks in her house.
Okay, so she's talking about Bethany here, saying she called Bethany, right? She called Bethany at 4:19. Actually, Bethany is the one who called her. And that's when Bethany said to her something about a firecracker. Right, because Bethany is downstairs in her room bitch, what are you doing up there? Right? Did you hear that? Fireworks, some shit. And I'm telling you, I don't care what anybody says, okay, until someone tells me otherwise, and I need a medical professional, an actual medical examiner, crime scene reconstructionist. No offense to any of you guys, but I need a professional, an expert, to tell me that the shit underneath Ethan and Xana's bed isn't something that looks like it exploded, because that's what it looks like to me, okay? That's what it looks like to me, right? And Bethany is downstairs like, I just heard a motherfucking explosion. Did you hear that? A boom, a firecracker, a flash, right? And there is something under that bed to me. Looks like something went boom. I don't know shit. Don't listen to me. But interesting that she's flipped it. She's flipped it and says it's her calling Bethany when in actuality it's Bethany calling her because Bethany is like, what the fuck is going on up there? In my opinion, if Bethany's not involved and neither of them are involved, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Dylan, to me, sounds like maybe Gooch, like they possibly believe that this girl may have some mental problems, which is fine if she does. No shade, no shade, no shade. Okay. But it's very interesting that she has zero emotion. And this is only 4 days later, man. This is not like months later after some therapy and some counseling and shit. This is like 4 days later. And it's Bethany calling her. And now she's like, yeah, actually, now that I think of it, that's when Bethany mentioned the firework or the firecracker. Jesus.
Because she heard like I don't know what she heard, and something about like a light. I guess you talked to her. I don't fully know. I didn't understand it. I was out of it, obviously, probably still tipsy and just woke up. I thought she meant someone threw fireworks in her house, which didn't make any sense. So after that, I called Xana at 4:20 a.m. And then next, I called Kaylee as well as at 4:20 a.m.
What, did you leave a message or anything?
No. And then I called again at 4:20. I don't really know why. And then I called Maddie at 4:21. Then Maddie at then Kaylee at 4:27.
So you never left the room?
So after I heard Kaylee say that, from what I can remember is I opened the door, and I do remember like looking up the stairs and then looking to the side, and I could kind of see the living room, but not fully. And I just remember like seeing nothing. So I slept the door and locked it because I was freaking out. Like I didn't know if there was a guy there. I don't know if anyone was there or not. I don't know. I opened the door again. Again, I don't know if this is real or if my mind was just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard was someone was crying in the bathroom, and I think it was Kaylee. But I don't know. I couldn't tell, and I just the one me and Xana share on the second floor.
So the second time you opened your door?
Yes. And again, I don't know for sure if this is in the bathroom, just like what I think happened from what I think I heard and all that. And then from after like the crying, I think I heard someone, like this guy's voice I had never heard in my life, just saying like, no, like it's okay.
It's funny. She has to emphasize too that she heard this guy's voice that she doesn't recognize. She's never heard it before in her life.
Help you. But it wasn't in this nice way, like it was a weird, creepy way from what I think I remembered. And I'm pretty, again, I don't know for sure.
Guys, this was their star witness, by the way. And I'm not trying to be mean, okay? I'm really not. But like, let's just fucking be real here. If this went to trial, okay? Think about how emotionally unhinged this girl was at the sentencing hearing for Mr. Koberger. Okay. She could not control her own body, her shaking, her crying, her boogers coming out of her nose, the snot. She couldn't control any of it. But this is just 4 days later. She's not even crying. She's not sniffling. She's not crying. She's not upset. Nothing. Pretty wild. From what I think I remember, imagine if you get her on the stand and like you get her to admit to a jury that in fact, I think it was just my mind playing tricks on me, actually. I'm not even sure it was real. What the fuck do you think a jury is going to do with that? You can't take anything she said. The jury would not have been able to take anything she said with any credibility whatsoever, in my opinion, had this gone to trial.
I think I called out for Kaylee and Xana because it was second floor, and I was just like, Kaylee, Xana. And so if someone was there, they would have heard me. And I don't know.
So when you heard his voice, where would he have been when you heard it?
I think the bathroom. I don't know for sure. It could have been. It just seemed too distant from the living room. So I just in my mind, I think in my mind just suggested, okay, bathroom. That's what I think I hear. Like I think it's vampire.
And what was it again? He said, I'm sorry.
He said, no, she said, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. I think that's what I said. Again, everything's kind of fuzzy still. I don't fully remember.
Was it directed at you?
No. I think what he was saying that to was whoever was crying in the bathroom.
Gooch is like, was he talking to you? Was it directed at you? Are you sure? Gooch is like, wait. Actually, I would love to, like, have a little insight into Gooch's brain here during this interview. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm assessing it incorrectly, but it seems like Gooch here is like, wait, you sure this guy wasn't talking to you? It's okay. I'm going to help you. It wasn't directed at you, right? Just like she had to make sure she emphasized, never heard his voice before in my life. I don't know. Never heard it.
And I from what I think I remember, it was a male voice.
And what did you think? What were you thinking at this time?
I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking. I was just like, what in the world is going on? Like, who is that? Like, are they talking to the girl crying? Like, I didn't.
Thought the girl might be Kaylee.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think I thought.
But you're only thinking that because of the position of the bathroom in their bedrooms, but you don't know that it's Kaylee.
Yeah, I have no idea it's Kaylee. I have no clue at all. That's just what I'm thinking at that moment. Is like, I just thought it was Kaylee, but now I'm like, at that moment, what I thought was it was Kaylee. Now, after hearing more stuff and thinking more, it could have been Xana. But from that moment, I thought it was Kaylee.
It's more important. That's what I was going to tell you. It's more important because I know you talked about Dustin's interview.
Yeah.
Don't allow that
Yeah.
information to influence what you knew at the time that we're asking you these things were happening, because we're trying to figure out who did this, and we can't have those influences. Right, we're trying to.
Yeah. So like at that moment,
I thought it
was Kaylee. I totally thought it was Kaylee.
Yeah, Gooch is like, listen, I only want to know what you thought, what you heard, what you saw at that moment. Not days. Now it's been a few days and everybody's had time to, chit chat and kibitz with each other, right? I only want to know exactly in the moment as it was happening. What do you remember? Like, what do you, it's crazy because I know you gotta, that's why I could never do this job. Big ups to, big shout out to Victoria Gooch. Okay. Because you do have to handle these very delicately when you do these interviews, man, especially if you're trying to like assess someone's possible psychopathy or, sociopath, things like that. Oh boy. Oh my God. I'm telling you, I think that like this is why they brought Gooch in, because she's kind of like no emotion, very robotic, just wants to like pretend she has great information in one aspect, but then when it really comes down to the nitty gritty of like the actual crime time, doesn't remember shit. It remembers everything else surrounding it. Okay. But actual crime time, nope. When it was demon time, she don't remember shit during demon time. Isn't that interesting, huh? Starting, demon time hours, all of a sudden her brain is playing fucking tricks on her and she don't know if it's real. And it all happens to be happening right around demon time. Telling you, this shit is wild. It's wild. 3 a.m., 4 a.m. What's happening to this girl at 4 a.m. that she thinks her brain is actually playing tricks on her? And it's not real. Her mind is tricking her. Okay? Interesting.
No, I've never heard that in my entire life. It was not Ethan's voice whatsoever. I know Ethan's voice, and it was not Ethan's voice at all.
And the tone of the voice, what did it sound like?
It was like almost like a sorry but like creepy tone. I don't really know how to explain a voice. I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but it wasn't like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. It was like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Like it wasn't like frantic, like I'm gonna help you. It was just like it was just weird from what I remember.
Can I step back for a second?
Yeah.
I watch Vampire Diaries. It's not my job. I like scary movies. I'll tell you, I watch Halloween every year.
Yeah.
Original. What was on the Vampire Diaries going on before you went to bed?
So Vampire Diaries is just about this girl and these two guys that are vampires that like fight together. It's not too scary. It's just like those kind of like rom-com, like fictional, like dystopian kind of movies. I don't remember what episode we were on. To be honest, I don't remember what we. I just remember watching Vampires. I don't remember what episode it was what we saw. Like,
did the vampires rescue girls?
Kind of. I guess you can have to, like, I guess I would look it up to understand it more.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is that seed had been planted in your mind from a movie you had just been watching.
I mean, I guess it could have. I mean, it is vampire. Like, I guess I don't know, but I mean, it's like vampires. One of the vampires is always dressed in like a black clothes with black pants, so like that could have been. I don't know.
When you were jolted awake, or when you became aware, is that normal for you? Do you wake up under those circumstances, or do you wake up naturally?
Well, I have like a lot of times, like my mom will come in, I like gasp because I get freaked out a lot, like really easily. But the fact that I jumped up so fast and locked my door, like as fast as I did, not normal at all. I don't know, like something just came over me. It was like, get up, lock your door.
So something in your mind.
Something just came over her right around the same time her mind is playing fucking tricks on her. And she's not sure if she is, imagining things. Something just came over her. She just said that shit herself. Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't know what it was at all. I have no idea.
When that first happened, was Murphy barking?
I think so. I don't know for sure. I think I heard barking, but again, I don't know for sure. It could have been my mind. Just like, I don't know.
When you opened the door the first time, you look up and down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And up the stairs, was Murphy barking?
No. Well, I guess I shouldn't say no. I don't know for sure, but from what
I remember, Murphy was barking.
I don't think so. I think he was only barking when Kitty said something, and then I think he left the house. Like I like, you know, when sounds get more distant and you can hear them getting more distant. That's what I thought I heard, and I think he went out of the house, like out the back door, which means that back door, I think it would have been open.
Is he a very skinny shot?
Okay, so now she's inserting herself. So for someone who doesn't remember anything, right? She's not sure if it was real or a dream. And her, something came over her. She woke up. Something came over her, and her brain started possibly imagining things. And she's inserting here that backslider must have been open because actually she could hear Murphy outside and what sounded like he was getting further and further away. Interesting. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not. Okay. But when I listen to it and I've had some time to marinate on it, and you guys know I don't even usually cover any of these interviews or body cams here on my channel, but this one specifically I wanted to do simply because with the order of operations here that has happened in the last couple of months with no documents being released. The WSU lawsuit gets filed. Dylan's GoFundMe goes up. All of a sudden that shit gets paused. And the only text messages, the only document released in this case for months happens to be her text messages, right? So, and something tells me, man, Dylan's fucked. I could be wrong, but like, it's just my very humble opinion here that like something's going on here with her. And I'm not knocking her, right? I'm not knocking her. I want everybody to understand that, even if, we find out later she does have some kind of a mental problem or something, whatever. All I'm talking about is just, it's like the order of operations here that she's describing. Like, so she just like pops up out of bed and like something came over her. Something came over her, right? And she's inserting now that like, well, that back door must have been open because I heard Murphy getting further away. And how does that? Well, what do you mean? When did you hear him come down the stairs? Right? You're peeking out your door and you don't see the dog running around barking because you heard him barking. I don't know. Very interesting.
I mean, he's a puppy. I don't know if everything's skittish. I mean, I don't think so. I don't really know for sure. I mean, I met him in August, so I wouldn't like know a ton. I guess you could say. I mean, he's still like a
So
puppy.
I should go back because we recorded this.
Yeah.
When you say he left the house, you're talking about the dog.
The dog.
Not the subject.
From what I thought and from how I could hear him barking, I thought he had left the house.
Was that the second time or the first time? Because the first time when you opened your door.
The first time was when I thought. I guess when I opened the door, I think like I just looked around. I didn't hear any barking. Then I closed the door, and I think that's when I could tell barking. I mean, Murphy was barking like out, like leaving. I guess I don't really understand it. My mind's like things are just almost like misplaced, I guess. Like, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like, none of it makes sense at all. Like, I feel like there's pieces missing that I don't understand why.
I completely agree with her that none of it makes any sense at all. Correct, Dylan. That is one thing you definitely got right in this, honey. And I'm sorry that, all the alcohol or whatever did something to your brain that made you mishmash everything all together and you don't remember. And it's not your fault that the state wanted to rely on you as their sole witness to this crime when you yourself don't remember any of it. But I will give it to you. I will agree with you 1,000,000%, darling, that nothing, literally nothing you just said in the last 54 minutes of this interview makes any fucking sense. I agree.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So after the crying and the guy's voice, I shut the door again. I locked it. I kept opening and locking it.
Did you continue to call?
After the crying, she closed the door and then she kept opening it and locking it. You heard that, right? After all the crying, she just kept like opening and locking her door, opening and locking her door and peeking out. Huh. Interesting.
I don't know. So like I can see I called Kaylee at 4:27 a.m. and then I called Dana at 4:28. So I don't know when those calls are between opening and locking the door from those 3 times. I think I opened the door 3 times and then shut it 3 times. So I don't know.
See, even Gooch picked up on it. Gooch is like, so wait. You're opening the door and you're calling them at the same time? You're up, opening your door, peeking out the door, and closing it and locking it at the same time that you're texting and calling roommates, huh?
Those calls are between. I thought maybe I called back the first or second time, but again, I don't know before I even opened the door. I just don't know.
Processing any danger?
No, it was just like, I mean, obviously I was scared because I was like, why is there someone in the house? But like when I thought about it, I was just like, I mean, we have parties here a lot. People come in and out all the time. It's normal for people to come in like with other people. Like that's not weird. But I mean, I just didn't understand like what was going on. Like it didn't make sense to me at all. Like I never would have thought, oh, like intruder, murderer. Like that never crossed my mind once.
Never crossed her mind once, even though she thought she heard one of her roommates yell, someone's here, right? And come running down the fucking stairs. And here's the problem with the she came running down the stairs statement that I have, right? Because now here we are 3.5 years later, where you have the state's expert for bloodstain analysis and crime scene reconstruction, along with the defenses. They've gone back and forth, right? Dr. Turvey and Sutton and all of this stuff, right? We all know this. Here's the problem, right? It's not Kaylee going down the stairs. It can't be. And even the state's and defense's expert agree that can't be true, right? It can't be true. It just can't be. It's not true. Okay? It's not Kaylee that came running down the stairs. It's just not. Look, in my opinion, what Gooch is getting at here, like talking to her about this stuff is like, actually, like they're going to get her sequence of events. Let her say what she wants to say. And like, but I'm telling you, it can't be Kaylee running down those stairs. And they know that. They've agreed to it. Okay. That the 2 victims on the 3rd floor never left that room. Right? Like after they were killed. So in order for Dylan to be able to say that, like, first she says she heard her going up the stairs first and then yelled someone's here and came back down. And that can't be true. Because you got to go by the order of operations. If that were true, then that would mean that technically Kaylee would be running back down the stairs. She should have been found downstairs based on all the bloodstain patterns and everything upstairs. Where she was killed is where she was at. She was attacked in there, right? She wasn't attacked downstairs, allegedly, according to their experts and stuff. So it just can't be her running down those stairs. And I'm pretty sure if she was running down the stairs, so if she was going up the stairs with the dog and then yelled someone's here, the dog's going to come running back down the fucking stairs with her and probably be barking and whatever, right? I don't know. Just saying.
So I want to take it from the first time I heard the story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant. I thought, this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you,
No,
that you're going to be okay.
no.
It was directed at the person crying in the bathroom.
Sorry if I got mixed up, but like,
No, you're not.
Yeah.
This is why it's important. Who do you think that person was talking
I
to?
think it was Kaylee, and I think the guy was talking to Kaylee in what I think was the bathroom.
That's important. But do you see my perspective?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay, so Dylan, 4 days later, is telling Gooch that she thinks it's Kaylee and that the male is talking to Kaylee on the second floor in that bathroom. I mean, could be, right? Could be. They do agree that there was cleanup, it would appear. The experts do agree there's cleanup and staging. So, I mean, I don't know, just fucking brainworms. It's very interesting. So she thinks it's Kaylee and a male in the bathroom on the second floor.
And he wants to protect you. That would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense. So obviously I left her that second time. I don't.
So she just glazed over that shit, right? This guy, whatever. We'll keep it going. I'm going to shut up.
Before, after, it's on your phone though.
Yeah, it's on my phone. And
did you ever call anyone outside the house?
No, I didn't even cross my mind. I was just calling my roommates. It's like my closest friends who I trust. I called Ethan at one point. I mean, let me go on Snapchat. I don't know if it's still there or not.
If it is, can you take a screenshot of it so we don't lose it? And nobody's answering the phone. What about?
She answered the phone.
What'd you say?
I don't remember what I called her. I don't know at all. And I have the text, but I just remember her saying something about fireworks. Fireworks. That's all I remember. I don't remember what I said to her. It just said Sunday. Ethan couldn't talk. I mean, I don't screenshot it still.
See, she just said it again. I called her talking about Bethany, even though actually Bethany called her.
There's no time on it. I don't really know why. But
There's Snapchat.
Yeah, that was just after Sam's number. But the reason I call Ethan is because Ethan's the one that we trusted. It was if Ethan said they were safe, because me and I was freaked out at that house. Someone's gonna. I don't know. Me and I was kind of freaked out by that stuff, and we would hear Ethan and be like, "Okay, Ethan's here. We're safe. Doesn't matter. He's 6'3", big guy. We're safe." That's why I called him. But he obviously didn't answer, and I thought maybe he was still when he was at home. I don't know.
Do you think that was somewhere between 4:20 and 4:27?
I have no clue. I don't have any memory really. So obviously after I heard, what I think I heard was crying in the bathroom and that guy.
Okay, so between 4:20 and 4:27, she doesn't have any memory, but she's going to go on to talk about everything leading up to 4:20. The crying in the bathroom and Kaylee and the running. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Talking to Kaylee. I opened the door again, and
Is that the third time?
Yes, this is the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone, because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these blurry glasses. It's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like they had this ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember bushy eyebrows. That's all I can think about. And he was holding this item. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes absolutely no sense. Why would he hold a mini vacuum? I just remember thinking that.
I mean, you think he was a man?
Yes, because of the voice I heard, I don't think it was female at all. And from what I remember, he was from looking at him.
So she is immediately attributing the male voice that she heard to the perpetrator and not Ethan. Even though she knows there's a male that lives in the house. Right? It's super interesting to me that she is automatically attributing the male voice, claiming, because she didn't recognize it, right? That's what she's saying. She didn't recognize the voice, never heard it in her life before. So she's attributing it to the perpetrator, even though she just got finished saying multiple times that she's not even sure that any of this is real, right? Holy shit.
Was the figure of what I saw was about my height, maybe 3 inches taller. That's how I knew. And when I got interviewed the first second time, they're like, "What was his shape?" And I remember saying from that moment of seeing him, I think he was like more. He wasn't like muscular, but he wasn't like super skinny. So it was like it was like skinny toned, like that basketball kind of type, like the skinny but toned.
Tall.
I think around my height, maybe a few inches taller.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so I think it could have been around 5'10" to 6 foot, somewhere around there.
Where was he at in the house when you first encountered him?
So my room, so it's like, say it's right here. There's this little wall right here that's like this. So this side, kitchen, other side is living room.
Let's just take a moment to remember that this is 4 days later, and she is recounting the moments leading up to a quadruple homicide in her house where her friends were killed. And I hear zero, like, she doesn't even sound stressed. She doesn't even sound upset. I mean, look, I don't know, maybe I'm misjudging it wrong. We're all entitled to our opinion, but like, holy shit. She's about to recount coming face to face with the guy who went straight Michael Myers on 4 of her friends. She's got this, right? She's about to like break it down, like where she saw him. She remembers the blurry figure, all black, like where he was, even though she doesn't remember anything from 4 to 427, right? And she's not sure anything leading up to this time is real or fake, right? She's going to go into the alleged perpetrator she allegedly saw in the house. For me, as you know, the armchair judge over here, the jury's still out for me on whether or not she saw someone in a mask. And if she did, I mean, she definitely did. I wouldn't doubt it. There is like other male, blood and shit there, right? So I'll give it to her. There's probably 1 or 2 guys in the house. Cool. But it's very interesting to me, the gaps when she like chooses to remember something and then when she doesn't remember something, and like, bro, she is just like posting through this. She's literally about to recount coming face to face with motherfucking Michael Myers, and she's not even shook. She is not even shook. She is not upset. She's not even crying. But at the sentencing hearing, she could barely hold herself up.
I think he was walking past my door and like saw me. I mean, he had to not. If it is like, if I did see this, if it's all is real and it's not like imagination dream, like if it is real, let's just like say that it is for somehow. He had to have heard me call. We don't know if it's real, but let's just say that it is somehow. Oh my gosh. For Kaylee in Santa, when I heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom, from what I think I heard.
How many feet away is he from you?
I would say about 3 feet from what I remembered. Again, that could be off.
He was about 3 feet away. Well, problem is, honey, is that this latent shoe print being attributed to the fucking perpetrator is literally at your door. Right at your door. He's not standing 3 feet away. This perp is not 3 feet away at all, actually. He's literally standing on the at the threshold of your door. Like, he would have been, your fucking noses would have been touching, darling. Come on now.
So I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. But I remember, like, what I think I remember was like this item, and it was like, what I explained was like, it looked like this like cylinder little thing that was skinny like this, like about this long, and then it went like a triangle at the end. And I remember one of the cops saying like a bow or something. I can't.
Okay, so he's standing 3 feet away from her, approximately 3 feet away in the hall. Okay, the little hall between the kitchen and her door. He is standing approximately 3 feet away, carrying what she calls a mini vacuum, and she doesn't even know why. She thinks it's a mini vacuum. It's just like whatever fucking tricks her brain is playing on her that makes her think it's a mini vacuum, right? Cool. But now she's inserting what the cop said. what the cop said that's making her think the item is a vacuum.
Something about that, and it was like the bow and arrow kind of stuff.
Where was it at when you were holding it? Where was?
I don't know. It was. I think it was lower or it could have been higher, but like.
But it's in his hands.
Yeah, but when I remembered it, it was like when I saw him, I thought firefighter, like because what said firecrackers. I was like, okay, firefighter, like maybe he's like holding it to take out the fire. But when I thought about this, fire.
So she thinks firefighter, right? She thinks it might be a firefighter because, well, yeah, that makes sense. Like a firefighter to take out the fire. What fire? What fire? The thing that fucking exploded in Ethan and Xana's room? What fire? I'm just saying, I'm just asking questions. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it looks like something went boom under the motherfucking bed. Okay. Was there a fire? Did Bethany see sparks? Was there a fire? I don't know. But she is saying she immediately thought firefighter. And the reason she thought it is because, well, yeah, to put out the fire. Let's fucking play it again. To put out the fire. That's why it made sense to her. So where are we at here? I don't want to go too far back.
Wall right here that's like this. So this side lip. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how, but I just remember him like. What I think I saw was he was walking out and he saw me, but just kept walking. Like he didn't stop. He didn't like say anything to me. And I just remember saying no. And I
Shit, did I go too far ahead? I'm sorry.
I opened the door again, and that's it's the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like they had the ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows, and I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I can think about. And he was holding this item. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes absolutely no sense. Why would he hold a mini vacuum? Like that makes. I just remember thinking that.
I mean, you think he was a man?
Yes, because of the voice I heard. I don't think he was female at all. And from what I remember, he was like, from looking at him, was like the figure of what I saw was about my height, maybe a few inches taller. That's how I knew. And when I got interviewed the first second time, they're like, "What was his shape?" And I remember saying like, from that moment of seeing him, I think he was like more. He wasn't like muscular, but he wasn't like super skinny. So it was like it was like skinny toned, like that basketball kind of type, like the skinny but toned.
How tall?
I think around my height, maybe a few inches taller.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so I think it could have been around 5'10" to 6 foot, somewhere around there.
Where was he at in the house when you first encountered him?
So my room, so it's like, say it's right here. There's this little wall right here that's like this. So this side, kitchen, other side's living room. I think he was walking past my door and like saw me. I mean, he had to not. If it is like, if I did see this, if it's all is real and it's not like imagination dream, like if it is real, let's just like.
I can't. I'll never get over it. I'll never get over it. Like if it actually is real and it's not just my imagination and not a dream. Holy shit. This is wild. Okay. I'm sure this girl has been tore up enough. The purpose of my live is not to tear up Dylan. The purpose of this live is because you couldn't have taken this fucking seriously to begin with, in my opinion. Right? The investigators and the state prosecutor even taking anything she said seriously is out of control. That's their fault. She should have never been relied on. I'm sorry. Let's keep it going.
That it is for somehow. He had to have heard me call for Kaylee and Xana when I heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom, from what I think I heard.
How many feet away is he from you?
I would say about 3 feet from what I remembered. Again, that could be off because I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. But I remember like what I think I remember was like this item, and it was like what I explained was like it looked like this like cylinder little thing that was skinny like this, like about this long, and then it went like a triangle almost at the end. And I remember one of the cops saying like a bow or something. I can't remember something about that, and it was like the bow and arrow kind of stuff.
Where was it at when he was holding it? Where was?
I don't know. It was. I think it was lower or it could have been higher, but like.
But it's in his hand.
Yeah, but when I remembered it, it was like when I saw him, I thought firefighter, like because what said firecrackers. I was like, okay, firefighter, like maybe he's like holding it to take the fire. But when I thought about this, fire didn't.
Because Bethany said firecrackers, and she figured he's there to put out the fire. Interesting.
Like badly. Like I never thought, oh, fire to get out. That didn't occur to me at all. I just thought firefighter, like he's gonna help us. And it wasn't like
Yeah, and she like even corrected herself too, that even when Bethany called her about the fireworks, she didn't think emergency, even though she's seeing a fire fucking fighter and hears her roommate screaming someone's here and stuff. But she's seeing, so she thinks it's a firefighter, even though the guy's in all black. And like it's this like shadowy figure with a mask on in all black. She attributes it to a firefighter with a vacuum of some kind. Okay.
oh, there's an intruder, like this bat. Like it didn't ever occur to me. I don't know why. And I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how, but I just remember him like. What I think I saw was he was walking out and he saw me, but just kept walking. Like he didn't stop. He didn't like say anything to me. And I just remember saying no, and I slammed the door and locked it. And that was like all I remember. And I don't know if he actually went out the back door. That's what I think happened. That's that side door. I don't know for sure. That's just what I think I saw in my mind. I'll text.
What did you do? So maybe there's something on your phone that you did.
Like, bro, she is not like, she has to stop talking because she's got to look at it's like text. You hear her whisper text, right? And like she's going to look at the phone. This is 4 days after the crime. She needs to go back and look at her phone and look at texts and like, there's no, I'm just blown away now that I've listened to this a few times, right? And we're going over it together. By the way, thank you everybody for hanging out, right? It says there's almost like 200 of you here. Thumbs it up, thumbs it down, follow your heart, not your frown. If you're hanging out, say hello, okay? You can either like it or dislike it, do something. But what's interesting is that I would expect the behavior that happened at the sentencing to be happening now at this interview, 4 days after the crime. I would expect her during this interview to be crying, can't control herself, maybe super emotional, whatever, right? I'm not being mean, but like the difference, the actual difference of her behavior from this interview to sentencing is absolutely insane to me. She does not seem shook. She does not seem like upset. She does not seem anywhere near as upset as she was at the sentencing hearing, right? And if if she is some kind of like a victim or something like that, and I hate to say it, but like back then, when this happened, maybe some shit she had to work out. And maybe that's why she was so emotional at the sentencing, because she worked her shit out. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt always. Okay. This is what we do here, friends. We can play devil's advocate. But yes, I do have a bias. My bias right now is the state should have never relied on this girl as their witness. And if anything, the only thing that should have happened here is like a really like a full thorough investigation into her and, what she was doing that morning. It shouldn't have had to have been conducted by the defense, I guess, is my point on that. In my opinion, it should have been the state and their investigators uncovering what Roloff uncovered. It shouldn't have taken Josiah Roloff finding this shit. Okay. It should have been the state's people who found this stuff between her and her dad on her phone. For the morning, like during the time that she's supposed to be asleep, right? At the beginning of the live, we read 8, 9, and 10 on his little declaration there, okay? And he's very specific that this is pertaining to like the time where user interaction is required, okay? So it's very, very interesting.
I'm looking at text between me and
Did he not say anything to you?
from what I remember, nothing.
Yeah, see, she just stopped what she was talking about. And like Vickie Gooch has to, kind of like ask her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just looking at text between me and Bethany real quick.
I don't even remember the third time. I don't know if you could see my whole body. I don't know if you could just see my head. I don't remember at all. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the text between me and I think it will help. Okay, so at 4:22, I said no one's answering. I'm really confused. She goes, "Yeah, dude, what the fuck?" Xana was wearing all black. I don't remember how all black came up, and I think I might have called her and said there's someone wearing. I don't know. Then at 5:23, so I'm freaking out. It was like ski mask almost.
5:23.
4:23. Sorry, the time change. And she was like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like actually, and I said, like.
Notice, like, what she still hasn't said is that actually it's Bethany that called her. Oh, no, she did say that because she talked about the fireworks. Sorry, we've been here too long.
He has something over his head and mouth. I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And you can tell I'm obviously freaked out and drunk because, like, the spelling is off. Like, I spelled something with a B and an F. And when I said and, I just put ND. And I spelled wrong. I spelled I wrong. And then I said, my phone is going to die, fuck. And then she said, come to my room, run down here. That was at 4:23. I said, I'm scared with no A, a capital R. I'm going to guess you guys have these texts on text message. And she says,
safe to leave your room.
I don't know, but I did. I don't know why I did. Like, it just didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. But obviously, yeah, I was
He's downstairs.
found downstairs, so one floor down. She goes, at 4:25, she goes, yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. So I opened the door for a second, and I just sprinted. And I don't know why. I feel like it was stupid of me to open the door. Like, I don't know why I did that, but I didn't see anyone. I mean, I was scared, but I wasn't like, it wasn't like anything was wrong. I was just like freaked out that someone was in the house, but it wasn't like, oh, this is bad. Like, you know, like I just didn't think about that. And I literally told her, I don't know if this is real or not. Like, I don't know if my mind's playing with me. I don't know if this is like a dream of some sort. So from what I remember is this is now the fourth time opening the door. I go outside, I sprint as I think I sprinted again. It could have been just like running. I think I'm sprinting. I don't know. I see Xana in a room and she's like on the floor. I'm like, okay, she's just like drunk and passed out like that. Maybe she just drank way too much tonight. She'll be fine in the morning. Like, she's with Ethan. From what I thought, I didn't see Ethan. I just saw the door open. From what I remember, I think this is what happened. I remember her just on the floor, and I don't think she had any pants on except for underwear. And I was like, oh, like that was normal for her to like just wear underwear around the house because we were all so comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go look into her room because I was like, I don't know if there's a guy here or not. I don't know if someone's here or not. Like, I have no clue. I don't know if like my mind's freaking out or not. All I knew was that I was awake. She'd been calling me. I needed to go down to her because we could be together.
Okay. This is after she's already told them that she saw what she thinks is a firefighter in a mask, and Bethany called her to tell her about a fucking firework. And it made sense to her that she might be seeing a firefighter because, Bethany said there a firework, right? So now she's saying that she wasn't even scared, though, right? It was nothing that made her freak. She wasn't scared, even though she was scared enough to run down to her room, but it wasn't anything to make her think. But then she's like, I sprinted, right? Which one is it? You weren't scared or you were? You're freaking out or you're not? You're sprinting or you're not?
Yeah, so when you go, from my room to get to the room, you have to go past the living room. To pass the living room, you look like, so here's my room, I'm coming out this way. I walk down into the living room, I look to my left, that is where Xana's room is, like down this little hallway.
Lights on or anything?
There were lights on, I think so, I don't remember sure again, but I think so because I was able to see her. So,
the lights on?
Yeah, and I don't know if the bathroom lights are on, I can't remember.
That is not me, guys. That is in their video. Like, someone, wherever they're interviewing her, is using a drill or some shit. I don't know what they're doing. They're sawing something, but that's not me, guys.
But then I don't know. Like, everything's so wishy-washy. I can't remember.
Did Xana say anything?
No, I thought she was just passed out on the floor. Like, I thought she was just taking a nap. Like, it happens. Like, you get too drunk, you just like the floor feels fun.
She said, I thought she was taking a nap on the floor in her underwear, after she also thought she heard Kaylee come running down the stairs yelling, someone's here, right? She hears Murphy has now left the home and he's barking further and further away. She also believes that she hears Kaylee and a male whose voice she does not know and has never heard before in her life, in the bathroom on the second floor. Kaylee's crying. The male is saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. That's what she thinks. And then Bethany calls her to tell her about the firework. And then she thinks she sees a firefighter in the house with a mask on and like some type of vacuum type object or whatever, right? And that made sense to her because, yeah, a firefighter would come to put out the fire. And even though she's not scared, she also has to sprint out of the room. And as she's going through the living room to go downstairs, she looks down the hall towards Xana's room and she sees Xana on the floor at this 4:20 a.m., 4:20-ish a.m. timeline here. And she's just taking a nap. I assumed she's taking a nap on the floor in her underwear, even though all of this other stuff has just happened prior.
Like sometimes when we're all kind of talking, we're just like, okay, I just want to fall asleep on the floor. Like it just feels fine, you know.
At no point after.
Also, her and Bethany, she's already told Bethany how fucking scared she is. Also, just throwing that out there.
Encountered the man.
Yeah.
Did you think that there's something about Xana that isn't normal? You never thought.
Yeah, I never thought anything was wrong. Like I thought she had just like fallen asleep. I never thought she drank like she was unconscious. I didn't even think that at all. I didn't think it was wrong at all. So then I stopped for a second, look at her, like, okay, she's fine. Like she's just asleep. Like
Is her bedroom light on?
I think so. Again, I don't know for sure. Everything's.
How far is Xana from you when you first see her?
I guess it's like I'm right here. It's like behind.
So she even says she stopped and looked at her. Interesting.
That window from where I am. Like it's pretty long hallway, I would say.
So is her bedroom at the end of the hallway?
Yes, the very end of the hallway, and like I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit, and that was it. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see anything wrong. Like it just looked like everyone. Like yeah, she was drunk, probably messed it up a little bit. It didn't look, from what I think I saw, it didn't look super messy at all. Like it just looked like there was a few clothes, you know, like normal for all college girls, like normal.
So this thing you're talking about, would you have been able to see her if the lights were out?
Probably not.
So some light had to have been on.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you guys have night lights in your
No,
house?
I don't. I
So
mean,
nothing
I
on the
don't.
wall?
I mean, we have this. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that because we have like little twinkle lights that go around. Like
Decorative.
yeah, so I guess that could have been it. Maybe there was just decorative lights, and that's how I saw Xana. I don't know. And we have this little Scentsy thing. I don't know if it's on. We're pretty good at turning it on and off, so it's not like going all through all night. But it just have a light. I don't know if that was on.
Where's the Scentsy light on normally? Where's it located?
So from my room, you first walk into the living room. There's like let's say this is a door to the living room. Right to your left is this bar cart with like some alcohol and like some decorative stuff. Right to your right, there's this little table that has drawers, and that's where the little Scentsy thing is. And then the couch.
Would you have been able to see Xana with that light from the living room?
I don't think so.
This is important because in our world, for an offender to leave lights on a house, you increase the risk of identification. They would rather the lights not be on, so it's important that we get this straight.
I mean, I think Xana's lights were on.
There's no way you could have seen her otherwise, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not trying to plant the seed.
Yeah, I know.
But like, where you're at when you see her, if all the lights are off, you wouldn't have been able to see her normally.
Well, I mean, we have so many twinkle lights, so I might be able to. I have no clue. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
No, I'm not suggesting you should.
Okay, now all of a sudden she can't remember how she saw Xana. Because if the lights are on and you saw her on the floor, well, what did she look like? Did you see her legs? Did you see her hair? Which position? Were her legs sticking straight out? Was she right at an angle? I mean, you just said you stopped and saw her. You stopped and looked at her. And you know the lights are on. You know the lights are on. That's why Gooch is asking.
Yeah, I don't know if her lights were on or not. I have no clue at all.
But you could see her.
I could see her. I know that I could see her.
Which way is she facing? Which way is her head facing?
So, like, let's say, like, that couch is the back of her wall. That's where her head is, and her legs are towards, like, forward.
And then what is she wearing?
I don't know what her shirt is. I can just see her wearing underwear, and that was normal. Like, she was really comfortable with us. She would wear just underwear around the house, and that was fine.
Did you call out her name?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I did. I thought she was just asleep, so I didn't want to wake her up. And then I ran down to bed.
Okay, so she has now sprinted out of her bedroom. Bethany has called her to tell her about a firework and shit. She sees this dude. She just said she sprinted out of her room to go down to Bethany's, and as she's sprinting through the living room, she saw her down, right? But now she doesn't. But after that, she doesn't remember like what she was wearing or what she looked like. She just knows she was in underwear and on the floor, and she thinks she's taking a nap. Like, I doubt very highly that it was normal for Xana to just sleep on the floor. I could be wrong, but I know it's college and stuff, but I feel like when you're in your own house, in your own room, you're going to sleep on your bed, especially if nobody else is there. You know what I mean? If it's just you and your boyfriend. But I don't know. You never know. Okay. I just, um, but she didn't even call out her name. Even though she says she tried to call Kaylee and Xana after Bethany called her, she calls Kaylee and Xana, right? But as she's running out of her room and sprinting through the living room and she looks and sees Xana down on the floor, she doesn't call out to her or go check on her or nothing. This is happening after Bethany has called her to tell her about the firework, right? And she sees the person in all black leaving with a vacuum and shit and thinks it's a firefighter, but she's not scared and she didn't see a reason to be scared, even though she sprinted down to Bethany's room, even though they're already telling each other they're fucking scared and whatever, right? Interesting.
She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door, so I didn't have to wait for her to unlock it. And I just locked the door. And I was like, I don't remember what we talked about at all. I don't know if she does. I have no clue what we talked about. I just remember us being scared a little bit, but like we didn't think anything was wrong at all. We thought, okay, maybe we're just passing through. Like maybe we just like the house would make a lot of noises too, because I think it is an older house. And it's like I'd be at night hearing just like like the cracking noises when houses make when they're older. Yeah, that would happen quite often. And so we were kind of used to that. And we just didn't know. And she just said something about a light in her room, like a firecracker or a firework. I don't fully remember, and it just was kind of weird. I was like, what? I don't remember if I talked to her about the guy. I don't remember if I talked to her about what I saw or what I heard. I have no clue. I just remember like we fell asleep pretty fast in our bed. We didn't think anything was wrong at all.
She says, all I know is we just fell asleep fast in our bed. That's what she just said. We just fell asleep fast in our bed downstairs. When she got down to Bethany's room, right? She just locked the door. She just locked the door and she doesn't remember what they talked about. And she doesn't remember if she told her about the guy, right? None of that. But if you go look at the 49-page defense exhibit that was disclosed, you will see that actually, in fact, no, they did not fall asleep fast. Actually, they didn't sleep at all because her phone activity starts at like 3:51 a.m. And that shit does not stop. Does not stop at all. Okay. There is no, we were asleep. We fell fast asleep. And she said, all I know is we just fell fast asleep, right? That's all I know. I don't remember anything else. All I know is that we just fell fast asleep. That's what she said, right? She doesn't really remember anything else. But then if we go take a look at DM phone activity here, well, unfortunately, let's see. I don't see a break in her activity at all. Literally. This shit goes from like 3:51 a.m. Right up until what? Afternoon time. And there really isn't a break. So I don't know what she means that they fell asleep fast in Bethany's room. All I know is we fell asleep fast. We went fast asleep, right? That's what she just said to Gooch. Yeah, no. I'm looking at it now. This shit don't stop, and it goes all the way right up to the 911 call. Yeah, 11:30 a.m., 11:40 a.m. Like it doesn't stop. There is no. So I don't know what she's talking about. As far as sleeping, I'm looking at her phone activity right now. I don't know what she's talking about. All I know is that when I got to Bethany's room, we locked the door and we just went fast asleep. I don't know what she's talking about, dude, because I'm looking at all this and this is all Snapchat, Instagram, Snapchat, Instagram. What do we got here? What we got here? We have like literally 5 a.m. Okay, 5 a.m. image There's an image being created, an image being modified, and an image being deleted. Check this out. At 5:02 on 11/13, 5:02 a.m., she creates an image. At 5:02 and 56 seconds, she modifies the image. At 5:17 and 31 seconds, she deletes it. Okay. Then we also have at 5:17 and 31 seconds, another deleted image. Okay. So from the time that she goes down into Bethany's room between like 4 and 4:30 a.m., right? 4 and 4:27, this time frame that she also like is having a hard time remembering and stuff. So she goes into Bethany's room, and here we can see literally at 5:02, she is creating, modifying, and deleting images on her phone. Okay. 5:19, looks like she creates, modifies something else. This pen ultimate full-size render, whatever the hell that is, no idea. But the point that I'm getting at here is she's talking about how they just went fast asleep. They went fast asleep when she went into Bethany's room. And this shit starts at 5:02 a.m. with this creating, modifying, modifying images, videos, image. She's using Instagram. She's using Instagram, Snapchat. So the point of this is that it just continues on. Okay. So there is no sleeping. That right here, she knows what she is telling them. All she knows is they went fast asleep. Wrong.
Running and she heard you walking. You said at first you were running and it must have felt comfortable at some point.
Well, I guess I was running. So when I got out, I stopped and looked at Xana for a second. This is what I think happened. Then I ran down the stairs. I kept running. I don't think I was walking at all. I think I kept running until I got to her door.
So it's important that it's not what you think, it's what you know.
I don't know any of this. I don't know at all. This is all from what I think happened because I don't know what is real and I'm just like, my mind's making up. So I don't know at all.
So other things we've been writing, most of it what you believe and you remember happened, or you're thinking what happened?
This is all what I remember, but I don't know if anything of it is real. I don't know. I can't differentiate if anything is real or if anything is a dream. Or if it's just like imagination. I have no clue. And I've been trying to figure out the past 2 days. Like what is real? I don't know. That's what it's just like. It's frustrating because I'm just like, I want to know, and I keep thinking about it, but I can't tell the difference anymore. Like I don't know it's just all like mixing together. And there's pieces that just don't make sense. Everything of it just doesn't make sense. So none of this I can say I know for sure. None of it I can say I know for a fact that happened. So
but you know some things that are factual because you have a timestamp on your phone.
Yes, the stuff on my phone, that is factual. Everything else, no.
But you remember watching the movies?
I remember before everything, like.
Bro, like Gooch is like, okay, but actually, because like you have the timestamps for your phone stuff, right? Like, and she's like trying to talk over Gooch. That's what's even crazier to me throughout this interview, right? Is like she's trying to like talk over Gooch. She has a lot of over explanation for everything. And again, not one tear, not one single tear, even after describing a masked man, firecrackers, Xana down. She's sprinting. She's scared enough that she's fucking running from her room through the living room. She just explained that. Running. She doesn't think she walked, she ran. So, and this all started with her waking up at 3:51 a.m., entering a new contact in her phone. And according to her, like some shit just took over her. Like she woke up, something took over her, even though she wasn't scared. She's not sure if it's real, if it's a dream. Holy shit.
From when me, Kaylee, Maddie, and in Kelly's room, all of that beforehand, I remember that. Because I remember exactly that, like, all of that I remember. Again, like, I don't remember exactly what episode of the Vampire Diaries we were watching, but I know it was Vampire Diaries. So I remember putting it on.
And you don't remember? You don't remember?
I don't remember. I think I went to bed before. I think I went to my room before she left. That I have no clue about. I don't know when she left. I don't know where she went. I don't know. I think if someone told me that she walked home, I don't know exactly who. I don't know when her room. I don't know. On the couch. I have no clue at all. That stuff I don't know about because I think I was in my room before that.
Do you think that you opening the door three times is part of what you're trying to piece together, or
yeah.
it actually happened?
I think it's what I'm trying to piece together. I don't know for sure if it fully happened. Like it's just like I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff like at that moment when everything was happening. I don't know if my mind was trying to make stuff up so that I can remember it. Like I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know how to fully explain it, I guess.
Well, what's important for the detective sergeant and myself is that you're not telling us something that's not true.
Yeah, I know.
That's the most important thing here. The fact you can't remember, I understand that you're traumatized, but that you're not intentionally telling
Yeah,
us
I know.
things.
But this is like, this is all stuff that this is what I remember from that night. Again, it's something I don't know if it was real or what happened, but this is what I remembered. And some of it could be real, some of it could be not, I don't know. This is what I think I remembered.
So watching you, I've done hundreds of interviews and so as a detective sergeant, I believe you're recalling some things from memory. The dog barking isn't something you can make up. It's not something either the dog was barking or the dog was not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the things we hear is different than the things we think we saw.
Yeah.
What we hear is something a woman can do. Something that's and then you heard crying.
Yeah.
That you heard that.
Yes.
You're not feeling something and something brought you out of sleep.
Yeah.
And it's probably what you're suggesting is that you heard somebody crying, you don't know if it was Kaylee, we're not sure because you don't know that, right?
Yeah.
You know, somebody was
Even Gooch is like something woke you out of your sleep, right? And the problem that I have with it is that at this point, where we are now, back then, 4 days later, I don't think that they knew she entered a new contact. I think. Maybe they didn't by then, but I thought they took the phones or whatever, and got the stuff off the phones. So she's not, notice she omits that throughout this entire thing. Even when Gooch again is trying to like bring it up, like your phone activity shows, right? Something woke you up. Something woke you up, and you're waking up and entering a new contact in your phone. And she's not telling them that. Okay? She's not telling them that in this interview. And she's just going along with it. Yeah, right? Interesting.
right. Was it a
Yeah.
woman?
Yeah, it was a woman, I know that.
And were they saying anything?
No, they were just crying.
Was it unusual for your roommates to cry?
I mean, I feel like all those, like, I would cry in front of my friends, I would cry in my room, I wouldn't like cry in front of my roommates. Like, we were comfortable enough, but if there was like my own situation going on, I wouldn't. I guess, I don't know.
What did the crying sound like?
Just like,
Do you ever cry when you're frustrated?
yeah,
Do you ever cry when you're hurt?
yes,
Do you ever cry when you're scared?
yeah, and I don't know which one it was. I don't know at all.
You just heard crying.
I just heard crying. I can't process what kind of crying it was.
So I have learned through interviews, and the detective sergeant knows this, and so there's what here is not necessarily distorted, but what we see can be from trauma, right? The word here is distinct, right?
Yeah.
So what you heard is important as what you saw to me.
Yeah.
We always ask this. Did you smell anything?
No. Didn't smell anything.
Cologne, anything like
Nothing.
that? Perfume?
Nothing.
What you thought you saw when you saw the figure in the hallway,
Yeah.
3 feet from you, you thought it was a male.
Yes.
And you thought he was holding something, but at the time, your view of it was it could have been a vacuum thing.
A mini vacuum.
And what was around the person's waist?
I don't know. I don't think I looked at that. I just remember all black clothes.
Oh, I thought you said you saw a triangle. What was in?
No, that was from what he was holding.
Okay. So can you describe that again for me?
It was like cylinder like this. I guess like about that long, and then it went out in like a triangle.
How was that person holding it?
I don't know. I have no clue. I can't remember that. I just remember seeing it, and I don't remember if he had one hand on it, 2 hands. I have no clue. I don't remember how he was holding it exactly.
Were there lights on in the hallway?
I don't know. I can't remember at all.
Let's go back. Would there normally be lights on in the hallway? Do you leave the lights on for your roommates if they decide to stay up late out of consideration since they are your roommates? Do you leave any hallway lights on or anything?
I mean, for me, I like to leave a hallway light out there because it just makes me feel better. But I don't know if I did. I don't think I noticed it. That's something I don't know.
Because you went to bed ahead of me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Would it be unusual for you guys to leave your lights on?
No, that would not be unusual at all. I mean, Xana and Ethan likes to turn them off, but like sometimes I would leave them on. We would go down and get food, and in the middle of the night leave the lights on. Like that was normal.
I didn't ask this before. When was the last time you saw Xana?
So that was when Ethan was trying to call his sister, wasn't answering. Xana was with that was not the same day. Xana was with him. And I just I don't know if I told him where I was going. I don't know if I told him when I was leaving. I just knew I was told yes if they wanted to go.
No, I think you left there at 2 in the morning.
No, that was before then.
Can you give me a time frame?
I'm trying to figure that out.
And she was with Ethan.
Yes. So I know for sure from this video I was at 12:49. The last video I have is of Xana holding a white claw at 11:04. So in between that time, I'm gonna guess more towards the 12 side is when I went to.
And you saw you have a video or a picture of Zach at 11:04?
Yes. Yes,
With
I
the
do.
white phone.
Yes,
And then your at 12:49.
for sure. Yes, I have a video of that. I could have been there before then. I don't know. This is what I proof I do have.
That's what you using to piece some of this.
Yes. I mean, I didn't fully look at my phone and stuff until my mom was kind of asked me about that, and that's how I've been trying to understand time zones. I get timelines, I guess.
Oh, can I have
I didn't fully look at my phone, she says, until after my mom started, asking me some questions. Well, her phone activity that was just released in this defense exhibit determined that is a lie. Because she was just creating, altering, deleting all kinds of shit all day long. Couple hours there in the morning, starting at 5 a.m. She's trying to pretend I didn't even, start really looking at my phone stuff until my mom brought it up to me. No, you were literally altering and deleting shit. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
it's not a judgment. Yeah. Zana and Ethan never stayed at Ethan's house.
No, I don't really know why. I think Ethan. I don't know why Ethan always just liked to be at our house, Anna.
Does he ever mix?
I don't know. All I know was that because of his grades, he was allowed to live at. So he had to get an apartment. I've never been to his apartment. I don't know where it is. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if Xana's ever been there. We just never asked about it. We didn't care. We liked having him there, so he's never a question to us.
Yeah, it's not a judgment.
Yeah.
Just wondering, did Zana ever go to Ethan's house?
I don't think so. I think not every single night she was at our house.
So this is an odd question. You just brought up something. You couldn't stay with this fraternity because of his grades, but we're not even through the semester yet.
So last semester, that's how they depend everything. So let's say you get below what you're supposed to get semester ago. That means that's at the end of last year. Yes, that means for this semester, those are the rules you have to follow. Then if this semester you get better grades, then the next semester you'll be fine. It's
Yeah, come into this.
yes.
It's not like he was there and kicked him out.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
So don't beat yourself up, because maybe we can come back and talk some more. I know that Detective Sergeant Blaker has questions. I have some more questions, but don't let that wait. I can see the weight of I wish I could give them more.
Yeah.
What you're giving is important.
Yeah.
So when you went to bed, who was still in the house? When you went to bed at 3 o'clock, 3:10, 3:11, who was still in the house?
From what I know of Kaylee and Maddie coming home, those two.
Just Kaylee and Maddie. And
but I know Zana was home from Bryce. I don't know if Ethan was with her. I did not see Ethan. He could have been home with her. He could have not been. I don't know.
So Zana was home, according to her. As far as, because she's already said that when she got when she got home, there was nobody there. Then Kaylee and Maddie came home. So far, Ethan and Zana are still not there. She was sure about that, right? She said she was sure because, she feels like she would have seen them or whatever. She thinks the door was open with the light on, but she just said Zana was there, but she's not sure about Ethan.
No, that was. Are you talking about the first time I went to bed, early before all this happened?
I see. Yes, because they came home from their brother.
After lunch, yeah.
And you don't have a with you?
Yes, I know it was home because I went after everything of all this. I went to bed with her in her bed. I don't know. I have no clue. Somewhere after, I would say 4:30-ish. I don't know how long all this happened. I tried to remember and I tried to give a time frame, but in reality, I don't know.
She just said she went to bed around after 4:30-ish. We know that she's literally creating, altering, and deleting images at 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. We went to bed. Went to bed, she says. That's about the time, right? That they went to bed. She's saying.
So at some point, you were perceiving a threat.
And there was a threat.
Even the guy in the hallway?
Yeah, it freaked me out, but it wasn't in Moscow, in a tiny town, you never have to worry about that. It's never oh, this is bad. It just isn't. I never thought about robbery, never crossed my mind. Something out of my friends never ever crossed my mind. Oh, it just was people come in and out of our house. That's how it is in Moscow when you live out of house. People come in and out all the time. Because you know them. You know everyone in Moscow. It's so tiny. It's not weird.
So did you know this person?
I don't remember. I don't remember what his face looked like. All I remember is I don't just thinking of the covering of the forehead and the mouth. That's all I remember. And the eyebrows. And
what was covering it?
I don't know. At the time, The way from what I texted it was a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask like eyes and because I saw his eyebrows and I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know.
You know what a balaclava is?
No.
If I showed you a picture and showed you a balaclava, could you tell me if it looked like that?
Maybe I think.
So it's something that we use. We use it in cold weather gear, and sometimes we use it on raids when we go in, when we don't like, if we're working narcotics, we don't want offenders to know who we are, so they can't come after us and our families. So we wear these things called balaclavas, which are issued. Anyone can buy them. It's not unique to law enforcement. It's not unique to any other population. But we buy them so we can conceal our identity when we go into raids, so suspects can't figure out who we are.
Yeah.
To keep ourselves and our families safe. We showed you a picture of a balaclava. Could you say if this is what it looked more like?
I think so.
Hey, Tanya. Hey, Ashley. Welcome in, everybody. I'm checking chat. Good to see everyone. Hope you're having a good day. You're only getting audio today, friends. Welcome on in. Tattoo Gal, hello. Design Rhythm, hello. Outdoorsy Life, hello. Good to see everyone. Welcome on in. Les, hello. Crud Dog Studio, what up? Miss Q, hello. What do you guys think so far, right? We're almost, I don't know if I can go through this whole thing, man. And no, Tanya, listen, it's not how fast they're talking. I have it sped up on purpose because this is an over 2-hour interview. And we're at like 3 hours. And you know what? These long lives kill me, We're going to do a few more minutes and there's like 30 minutes left, So I'm going to speed it up, okay? Just so you guys know. I am going to put it at like I want to do 1.5, but I think that might be too fast for everyone. I have it at 1.35. So maybe I'm going to go up just a little bit more. Okay. Because I just want to get through this last 30 minutes. We're at like 3 hours and 10 minutes on this live here. Okay.
The person that you saw in the hallway.
Never.
Was there movement going on?
That could have been. I think that could have been it.
Okay, possible.
Yeah.
Was this you couldn't see his mouth?
No, and I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows, and I don't remember his eyes look like. I just remember seeing the eyebrows, but that could be it. That would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered.
And so I don't know this. Detective Blaker knows a lot more than I do, and I probably know some things too. But have there been any issues leading up to Sunday with anyone that you can think of that would have done this to you, your roommates?
So obviously the cops will tell us anything weird. About a month ago, Kaylee was taking Murphy out, and she just saw this figure like watching her. And it freaks us out for like a day or two, and we forgot about it. It wasn't a big deal. Like people live up on. Like, I guess you maybe have seen my house. When you go out in the backyard, there's like that hill, all those brushes, and there's like houses up there. It could have just been like someone walking outside the house. I don't know. But like obviously it freaks out for a second because we're an all house girl. That's why we all girls we love having Ethan because it's like we always feel like no one's gonna come to our house if Ethan's here. Like we would always talk about it. Like we feel so safe with Ethan's here because it's like 6'3" guy. He's pretty big. Like it's like you wouldn't really come to a house when there's a 6'3" guy here. And then another time I also told the cops this. I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. Kaylee had told us she went to Winco. I don't know what she was buying. Xana was in the car. Xana waited in the car for her. Kaylee is very good at being aware of her surroundings. She's always been like that. And she noticed this guy was like following her. And I think what she said that was, no, like this guy didn't have any stuff. It was just kept following her, like wasn't checking anything out. This guy kept following her. And she noticed that she got to the register, this guy was like still following her. So she rushed out of Winco into her car and got in the car, threw the stuff on Xana, locked the doors. She could see out of her side mirror camera that the guy was right behind her in the car. And then she went home, and I think like it kind of freaked us out for a second. She was like, just be like careful when you go to stores. And like probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, we've been hearing like stuff on TikTok of like stuff happening at Target and Walmart, just people like I've been hearing a lot of stuff about sex traffickers at stores, and it's like we worried about it. We were just like, okay, like we'll just always go together, but it wasn't like a big deal, I guess, because I don't know, you just don't want to think about that. Whenever anything happens.
It's super interesting that she even brings that up, the whole sex trafficking thing, right? Sex traffickers try to steal you at a store or whatever, and you've got Dylan's well aware that Kaylee is out here sleuthing pedos. Okay. Right. She knows that. Dylan's fully aware of that Kaylee was, looking at pedophiles. Many of these people who gave interviews with police stated that, that she allegedly had people standing outside by the dumpster, people watching her at the store, people trying to follow her here, follow her there. Interesting.
You never think it's going to be you, pretty much. You just don't think about that. And then
step back a second. The guy at the store, is he in his car when he's close to their car, or he's actually physically following her?
Physically following, yes.
Did he say anything to her? Did she say?
I don't think so. I don't remember her saying anything about that.
And that was Winco, not Walmart.
Winco, and she never like. I mean, she was a little freaked out about it, but she wasn't like let's call the cops right now. Like all this, you know, like it wasn't like a big deal, really. And there was another time, like obviously our front door, it's fixed. I don't know how well it's fixed, but our door was broken for a little bit, where like you would have to shove it to close it, and like. I talked to some girls last year, and they'd be like, yeah, we would leave our door so broken, we had to leave it wide open. Like, it would just be wide open. But I couldn't handle that, so I would, like, shove it in there. But pretty much me, Maddie, and Beth, we left the house to go to Starbucks, and we came back. I don't know, 2 weeks ago.
2 to 3 weeks before the event.
Like, as of right now, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Ish. Maybe more, maybe a little bit less.
Starbucks. Over by them all.
Yeah, that one. And we come back home and the door's wide open. So we call Ethan. We're like, Ethan, are you home? He goes, no. And we tell him what's going on. He just laughs. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, you guys are fine. We walk in and our washer's going. And that's normal. Like, we were all washing clothes. And it made a sound. We all screamed because we were freaked out. And we go into the spare bedroom on the right. And we just grabbed Ethan's golf clubs. And, like, we were kind of joking around. But we were also kind of scared. Like, it was like, oh, like, no one's going to actually be here. Like, nothing ever happens. But we were also, like, kind of, like, it's kind of creepy, you know?
So the door was closed when he left, though.
We don't know. We don't know if it closed.
Okay, so they're not freaked out because nothing ever happens in Moscow, even though Kaylee's sleuthing pedophiles on the daily for months at this point. She'd been doing it. They're all fully well aware of it. Dylan knows that, you know, sex traffickers try to fucking steal you at a store and whatever, right? I mean, but, you know, nothing ever happens in Moscow.
Still, we have no clue.
Okay.
Yeah, and the door was broken, so we don't know if it was like that was when it snowed, so maybe like the wind busted open, or like we just didn't know. So we got like Ethan's golf clubs. We went through the whole entire house. No one's home. So we're like, okay, like we were just being stupid. Like stop. Like we need to stop freaking out. You know, like just calm down. And those are the only like 3 weird things I would say.
Did you guys ever call the police?
And like they're not scared. She's not scared or anything. It's nothing crazy, but they're scared enough that they're gonna go grab golf clubs just in case, right? Like, so not scared enough to report it to police. Not scared enough to put it in, you know, let people know, like call the cops or something and report it that someone's following you or whatever the case may be. You think you saw someone outside. You're pretty sure you're being stalked. Put up some cameras, something, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. And we also know that at some point in October, I'm guessing, leading up to November 13th, I'm not sure when in October, but Kaylee's left. According to her family, like she's leaving. She's like moving out of there because she's going to Austin, right? Once she graduates in December, she's only got like another couple weeks there or something, right? But also, I mean, I don't know. It's just very interesting what the dynamic here that, you know, that we now know years later. I don't know.
No, like it was just like, you don't want to be that person that calls and it's like nothing, you know, like it wasn't that big of a deal. Nor was the door thing, like no one was in the house. We're like, okay, like, doesn't matter, it's fine.
So she knows about Kaylee possibly being followed at the Winco. She knows sex traffickers try to steal you at the store. She also knows that like they came home one day and like the door's off the hinges and open or whatever, right? Interesting. But nothing ever happens in Moscow. I mean, it's nothing to be scared of. It's no big deal. It's no big deal that you think you're being fucking stalked and sex traffickers are everywhere and your roommate is sleuthing pedos on the daily. But nothing happens in Moscow.
Did your roommates ever say to you that they have been freaked out by somebody recently? Any interactions? They worked, I saw 2 of them worked at the Greek.
Yeah.
At Greek.
They never had anything weird. Never. And like we would always talk about stuff. We never had anything weird. Remember one night, this was pretty recently, she heard someone scream. So she had one of our friends who was at Identity pick her up and she did the night there. But none of us, the rest of us heard that. So we're like, okay, like that didn't freak us out. We were just like, okay, whatever. Like
because only one of the 6 of you heard it.
Yeah, and it wasn't like we have so many people, like we have a lot of neighbors around us. Like again, like Moscow's small. Like I have friends that go to Seattle and Chicago, they have some weird shit happen, but it wouldn't happen in Moscow, you know? Like you never expect that. Nothing bad's happened here in a long, long time. So you just didn't think about it really. And like, yeah, I would get freaked out at night just because that's how I always get freaked out at night, just like worried that someone's there, but there never was.
So I have to ask you a question. This is not a judgment, so I know what you're thinking. I believe what you're telling me. But you're not telling Detective Sergeant Blaker and I anything that will prevent us from solving this. You're not trying to fill in pieces.
No.
I'm not saying maliciously to prevent us or to assist us, because that won't help us. Do you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand.
And it's not a judgment.
Yeah.
I just we don't want to follow this path and spend time and find out that this is really, you're not absolutely certain. But there are some things, I think the things that you heard, I think the crying and the voice, I don't think that you could create that in your mind. Those are things we hear, that something brought you out of your sleep. You didn't sleep through this whole thing, and at 11 o'clock.
No, I mean, I can tell I was awake and I was home.
Bam, Gooch is like, you didn't sleep through this whole thing, and that at 11 in the morning, just like wake up and start calling people. You heard that? Gooch is like, you did not sleep through this. You just didn't, right? You didn't. Sorry, honey.
Only 10 people, and I remember
That's your evidence.
Yeah.
You were moving around.
Yeah, and
That's your evidence that you were up and you were moving around. That's what Gooch is saying. So don't implant things that you're not sure of, because the evidence is your damn phone, your phone data. We can see you didn't go to sleep. You did not sleep through this. You are awake. You are aware. You are alert. You are up. You are moving around. You are on your phone non-stop. There is no sleeping. You did not sleep through this. Okay, Gooch just hit her with it. Like, you didn't. You just didn't. You didn't sleep through it and then wake up at 11 a.m. You didn't.
like, from the things I saw, it's like what I think I remember, but again, like, I don't know how real it is. Like, I don't know if my mind made it up or if I did. Or like if it was actually, real or something. Like, not I did, but like saying if my mind made it up or if it was real.
So the voice you heard, you believe you heard it?
I believe I did hear that. And I believe I did hear some crying. Kaylee, I guess I should, but I believed at that moment I heard Kaylee crying.
And you believed you heard a male voice saying?
I believed I heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
And it wasn't directed at you?
I knew it was not directed at me because it was more distant. I could tell it was not towards me at all.
So this is a question I have to ask.
Yeah.
If he saw you, why do you believe you were scared?
I don't know. I've been asking that like nonstop. It kind of freaks me out because I'm just like, I don't really know.
Listen to how like calm she is answering this question, bro. Literally, her 4 roommates were straight, like, brutally murdered just 4 days prior to this interview. And listen to how chill she is talking about why this person looked at her and spared her. She hasn't cried once. She has not shed a single tear yet. And we are, how long in? We are an hour and 31 minutes into this 2 hour and 6 minute interview. Okay. It's wild. Not one tear, dude. And she is just chill. Why do you think he spared you? I don't know. I've been thinking about that. Like, she's not shook in the slightest.
Understand why I was scared? Like, I'm a girl. I am 5'10". I'm not that insanely strong. The guy is a lot stronger than I am. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have. That's what I understand. And I just like wondering, like, did he know me? Did he not know me? Like, was it because he didn't know me and felt bad, or was it because he didn't know me and knew I wouldn't recognize him? Like, what was it? That's why. It's just like that's why I want to. It's like if we do find this guy, that's like one of the first things I want to know. Is like, why did you not? You didn't. He never ever tried to open my door. That's what I know.
If we do find this guy, that's the first thing I want to know is why didn't you come after me, basically, is what she's saying. That's the first thing she wants to know. Why you didn't harm her. Interesting.
Yeah, like, no one tried to open my door. Like, he could have stabbed it, like, from what we know now was a knife. He could have stabbed the knife from my door, tried to open my door, anything. You probably could have kicked down that door if you wanted to, but he never did.
So I do know this, and so does the detective surgeon. He passed by occupied rooms that posed a risk that he would be apprehended if you hurt him. So the question is, he passed by occupied rooms to go to other occupied rooms.
Yeah.
He had to go by your room to get to the other 2 rooms.
Unless he got, I remember Kaylee was kind of worried about someone climbing that balcony up there. I don't know if someone could climb it, but I feel like if someone really wanted to, they could. I don't know.
Was there snow there, though? There was snow, correct?
I think so. I don't know if it was snow that night.
I would have found shoe impressions, but I'm not planting a seed to make you
I know.
that you'll never sleep again. That is not my fault.
Yeah, I know.
But we're trying to figure out, is it somebody you knew that knew that was your room and bypassed the room because they weren't intent on harming you?
That's what doesn't make sense, is like, they had to have known our layout to want to go past my room, to not go to Kaylee. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, from what I remember, I don't think I locked my door that night. I don't think I did, and that's what weirds me out, is like, if I didn't, how did he go past my room, not even care that I was in my room? Like, he probably knew all of us were home that night, and it's just like, I feel like it is someone that we know, and I feel like it's someone that had probably been in our house for the last year when girls used to live there, or this year somehow, I don't know. it just is weird to me that when me and them were talking about it, like, he had to have known the layout of the house. He never went to the room. What if Kaylee was living down there? He wouldn't have known unless he knew us and knew the house. That doesn't make sense.
Well, in our world, to pass an occupied room,
It's
to
really
go to an occupied room becomes concerning if the direction comes from the door handers has to make him walk by your room.
like, my door is almost right in front of you when you walk in that side of the door. That's the first room you see. He didn't go to my room.
Wonder if you know.
That's what I mean. That's what it has to be. Like, he had to have known who lived in what room, like where everyone was. No, there's no one, like, every person that, like, knew Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, and Maddie loved them. They never had any grudges. Like, everyone loved them. It was never like.
Notice she just deflected from that. Gooch is talking about he must have known you, right? She's deflecting from that. Like, she says, who do you think it could be? She's like, I don't know. I mean, everybody loved them. No, we're talking about who is it that you think you know that would want to protect you and not harm you. She kind of deflected from that.
I never heard anyone say, oh, I did this, I did that. They never had any bad things said to them ever.
That they told you.
Yeah, they told me, or like what I heard. I mean, like, in Moscow, once a rumor starts, it doesn't go away. Everyone hears about it. Like, it's just such a small town that, or a college town, I guess I would say. Everyone knows everything. So, like, if someone hated this person, you would know. And I never knew.
Did they ever say they had an issue with the patron at the neck ring?
Never. No, I know Kaylee broke up, but I talked to Kaylee about that, and she was like, yeah, we mutually decided to do this. We're still friends. We still talk. We're still on good terms. We share Murphy. Like, we're good. And
I take co-parent Murphy.
yes, like that. And I trusted. And I mean, I didn't know him as well as I didn't know him as well as I knew Ethan, but I trusted him. He was a super nice guy. Never, ever, ever had I heard him be rude to Kaylee once in my life. I never heard anything. And from talking, because we all talk about relationships and stuff, like, I never heard Kaylee say, yeah, he did this to me, he did that. Like, nothing ever concerning, ever. I think it was just like, they've been dating for such a long time, it was time to, like, roll its course. That's what she said. It's like, it's time to roll its course. Like, we mutually decided it's time.
How long did you date him for?
I don't know. I think it was, I don't know. I mean, you could probably figure it out from social media. I mean, we're talking to her mom. I don't know.
Or Jack as well.
Yeah, Jack as well.
So she told you that she handled it well. Did you see that?
Yeah. He came up, like, he would come over and talk with Kaylee and play with Murphy. And it was never weird, ever.
She dating anyone else?
She started talking to me, and I believe she knew, and it wasn't, like, a big deal at all. I mean, the whole, when the video on Twitch of the girl Chuck and that's kind of what made us interested in that, because I guess you know that had anger issues. He was a hunter. He had multiple hunting weapons. I mean, I'm not saying it's him, because I can't say that. Like, that could ruin his life and he could not be it, you know? But from what I know, I don't know if you know this yet, but my friend, who was best friend with Xana, we went to, like, a balloon ceremony for all of them. And I was talking about, she said, yeah, one time, like, he just, like, I guess, I mean, both telling you that he, like, needed one of their best friends in the stomach and, like, just pretty much beat her up for some reason.
Bro, she just straight up, like, threw Jack Showalter under the bus, too. Like, I don't know if you know this already, but yeah. He's the hunter, you know, he's the hunter, he's got a bunch of knives and blah, 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 you know, and he was with them at the grub truck. Like, she's already said the person that she saw, their height, they're in all black. She assumes it's a firefighter because Bethany called to tell her about a firework. Okay. She sprinted down to Bethany's room, allegedly went to sleep. Gooch had to tell her, you did not go to sleep. You did not sleep through this. You did not sleep. Right? Interesting. And this girl hasn't cried once. Think about how emotional she was at that sentencing hearing compared to this dude, and this is 4 days after the crime. She hasn't shed a fucking tear.
Why you would beat up a girl doesn't make sense. But he was kind of anger issues. He didn't have any connection with except from which Kaylee was talking, which is just a weird coincidence. Like, it could have just been coincidence. We don't know. I mean, it's just like, that's the only thing we can think of, and I don't know. It's just weird.
Who did he punch in the stomach?
I don't remember her last name, but I know her really well.
Did she call the police on that? Or make her
No, I mean, I don't think she did.
What was the issue with her?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, you could probably try and talk to her about that. She would probably know. She knows more than I do. I mean, all, like, this part is all hearsay. Like, it's not. Well, I know it's what other people know that I've told. Yeah.
What is?
I have to look up her last name. I believe. I'll look at her Instagram real quick. Sorry. Well, hold on. I don't.
This is only 4 days after the crime.
I don't have my insurance. I had to deactivate it.
Well, that's okay. We can figure it out. We have access to the school records as well.
Yeah,
She's
that
right
play.
there as well.
Well, she used to be. Now she's at maybe, I think, yeah.
Was that a recent event?
Yeah, she decided to switch from, like, last year she finished out UI and then switched to CWI, like, as of this semester, I believe.
So who told you the story about when she?
It was, and then I talked to her about that earlier today, and she explained that a little bit more. So they both know about that. And, which I think you were done last name.
So most of the students have left up there. Do you happen to have any phone numbers for any of these people?
Huh?
Do you happen to have phone numbers for any of these young women?
I have a phone number, but I think you guys have her phone number as well. She's at the station with us.
She was at
Yeah. Sorry, my dad just telling me. I'm just gonna text him back quick.
This is
My dad is calling me. I just got to text him back real quick. Yeah, you mean the dad that Josiah Roloff recovered all of those deleted, altered artifacts, text messages, videos, etc., video calls through Snapchat and shit for that morning, for the time that she's allegedly asleep, right? User interaction is required, okay, between her and her dad. And so here we are 4 days after the crime. And while she's in this interview, her phone has rang like 3 times already. And it's her dad. Okay? It's her dad. I'm telling you, it is my very strong opinion that she was communicating that 351 contact that she entered. Her dad gave that to her. I don't know why I feel that way. It's just my opinion. Okay. I have nothing to back it up. I really don't. But I feel like if she was talking to anybody, it's going to be her dad. And it's going to be those things that Josiah Roloff is talking about, that he recovered from their devices, where user interaction on both parts would have been required. And that did include Snapchat, text messaging, and video calls. Okay. So just saying. And her dad is blowing up her phone while she's in this interview.
So dad, that's what's good out there by actual dad.
you seen them out?
No, we have a casita back there that has heating.
Okay, that's where I was thinking going outside and we're gonna keep them there for 2 hours. It's like 20 degrees.
Sorry, I'm just texting this.
So
Oh, so he's outside because Gooch is like saying he can, did you hear that? Said he could come in? No, he's outside. They, right? Did you hear that? Wait a minute. I don't want to go back because every time I try to go back, it messes me up. But that's interesting. Huh. Talking about her dad is outside, not her stepdad or dad.
I was asked this because I don't know everything, neither does Detective Sergeant Licker. We don't know everything about what you know. Is there something he haven't asked of you that is important for us to know? That you think, well, I didn't ask me, and so I'm going to ask you, is there something that you haven't covered that you think is important for us to figure out?
Nothing right now. I mean, the only weird thing we had was that no one took our DNA at the station, which I know you guys are doing now, which I'm totally forget about. But the one thing is about the DNA stuff is Friday night we didn't have a party, and you have most of those people, but like there's going to be a lot of DNA, and we had parties about every single week. That was normal. We did deep cleans, but like I don't know if you can take away every single DNA just from deep clean. I think you can. So it's just like I hope you find something, but it made it really hard because we have people over all the time.
When did you do the deep clean?
When was do you know when Parents Weekend was?
Yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. Just think please help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
There's DNA evidence that the offender left. Okay, that the offender left. And to me, now we can't see her, obviously, but to me, she sounds concerned when Gooch reveals that tidbit of information to her. Just my opinion, okay? I'm going to let this play for a minute because I got to pee, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care, be fine. I don't get two shit. Like, I just want to find this guy. That's all I care about.
Is there anything you want to ask of us?
I don't know if you can tell me, but is there any people of interest? Anything?
Well, some of the ones that he's going to provide before we're doing the follow-up. Those are the first ones we're doing follow-up.
So there are like people of interest.
Yes.
Oh,
not
suspects,
So
people of interest.
what's important is we're like you.
Yeah.
We don't want to ruin somebody's reputation.
That makes sense.
Have no involvement whatsoever.
That's what my mom was telling me. Is like, they're not going to like in the press conference. They can't say anything if there are people of interest because that would just like let's say it isn't that ruin his whole entire life, you know. So I understand that part. Like you can't say something.
We're not trying to put extra pressure on you.
Yeah.
Because maybe you did see. You're the only eyewitness that's in that house.
Yeah.
That's why it's important if you can sort through the Gooch dance.
Oh, what's wrong?
I mean, they're qualified. They did this. I only fly to this because
Yeah.
I work with victims all the time with trauma, right? They didn't just start their practice yesterday. This is somebody established.
It's in a practice. I can't remember her name.
And she's been doing it a while.
Yeah, she's been doing it for a while.
So can you keep working with
Yeah, I'm going to. I met with her yesterday. Really liked her. She's really calming, and I feel good with her.
And the good thing is, I've worked with victims for 42 years. The further away you get from it, you're going to start piecing things together. The time is just too raw, too real right now.
Yeah.
And you've lost your friends.
Yeah.
That's compounding. These are people you were connected to.
Yeah.
And you cared about. In time, things will start to fall into place. And for your own peace of mind, I want that to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not selfish. Yes, it is that some of it about the case, but it's also important that at some point in your life, you get to move on beyond this problem.
So let's say, like, somehow I put something together. Should I call you and be like, hey, like, I remember something? Like, but what if it's something like, I don't, but all this is like, I don't know for sure. Even if I don't know for sure, but I think this is a piece of my memory, should I still,
Yes,
okay.
Because what if it is real?
Yeah.
And we don't know about it.
I mean, that's the main thing is, like, I wish I could understand if anything of this was real. Like, seeing that guy again, like, it was just, like, cloudy. Like, what if he wasn't even there? But, like, after everything that's happened, like, I think he was there. But it's, like, how much do I actually know is real? How much do I think is, like, made up in my mind?
Do you think you can remember enough of him to be a composite for a composite artist? To be not enough.
No, I don't remember I just like, I don't remember what those look like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows look like at all, really. I just remember thinking, like, eyebrows. So, like, I couldn't even, like...
Earlier you said because they were missing.
Bro, the FBI did a composite sketch, or someone did a composite sketch of the damn Nancy Guthrie person from the ring cam, didn't they? Didn't they make a sketch of that guy? And all they had was his fucking eyes, right? If I remember correctly? I don't know. I could have sworn I saw that somewhere. I think Willie posted something about it, actually, now that I think of it. Truth Nation Uncensored. He made a post about it. Like, what do you mean? So you can make a sketch for this guy here, this guy who you can't see shit, right? Other than his eyes and his eyebrows. But not a composite sketch here.
Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember, like, the color. I just remember, like, bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember.
And when you saw him outside your door, was he moving? Was there movement going on?
I've been trying to think through this, and I've been trying to think, like, what do I remember from that? And I just, like, I don't remember if he was just, like, standing there or if he was walking. But what I think was going on was that he was, like, slowly walking, like, across from the living room to the kitchen out the sliding door. That's what I think I remember.
So I in the house, is there a drop from the sliding door, or can you walk out onto the street without having a...
So pretty much you go up to the sliding door, there's just, like, this gray cement patio thing. Then, let's just say your back is at the outside of the door and you're looking outside. To the right, you have to go, like, there's, like, some rocks and some bushes you have to walk down. Then, to your left, there's just, like, this hill, like, these bushes, and then kind of to the backside, you can walk past my window, and there's, like, this hill of, like, bushes and stuff, and then up there's, like, houses. So, I mean, it would be kind of hard to, like, run up it or run down it, because there's all those, like, rocks and stuff.
Especially in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused, like, if there wasn't there, why that way? Like, that doesn't seem like the smartest, fastest way, but...
Which direction is the front door from your bedroom?
The front door, you have to go, again, out to the living room and downstairs. When you hit the bottom of the stairs, directly to your right is the door. So it's, like, kind of a little bit of a walk.
So it's a typical pattern.
Yeah, typical, pretty much.
Can you think of anything else right now?
No, I'm trying to... Oh, this was something else that I remember. Cars do come by a lot, but I remember looking out the window, I just remember... Well, I think it was a black truck, I don't know for sure, but, like, that is normal for cars to go by, but I don't know if that could be something. It was just, like, car driving past our driveway.
What time is that?
That was right when I went down to see... So I don't know exactly when that was.
Was it moving? It was in movement?
It was moving. I wasn't stopped at all. It was moving. And, like, people drive by our driveway to go, like, around, like, this side housing neighborhood a little bit. Like, we hear cars go by all the time. Like, that's not weird, but
But when you were making your way to...
That's not what I heard.
Oh.
It was when I got into the room. I don't know why I looked out the window, but I looked when I saw a car, like, drive by.
Okay, so now she adds in, actually, I know, because before she said when she got into Bethany's room, they just locked the door and then they went to bed, right? They just went to sleep, right? We know that's not true. And now she's saying, actually, I remember looking out the window and I saw a black truck. I don't know why, but I looked out the window. I looked out the window and I saw a black truck leaving at, this would have been 4:30-ish, right? So, you know, all of you people that go through those Linda Lane camera or the ring cam or whatever, right? Sorry, not Linda Lane, the ring cam, right? Go check it. I don't know. You guys know I don't go through that stuff, but at 4:20 a.m., 4:25, 4:26, 4:27 a.m., is there a black truck pulling in or out of that neighborhood? as she claims. I know the black truck is coming, is on the footage at like 3 something a.m., right? Banfield body cam, the black truck. I think that's at like 3 something a.m. There's a black truck leaving the King Road address, between 4 and 4:30-ish a.m., I guess. I'm sorry, 4:20 and 4:30-ish. I don't know. I haven't gone through all those body cams. That's interesting. So she remembers that she's not sure why, but she looked out of Bethany's window and she saw a black truck. Okay, interesting. All right. Everybody's saying yes. Okay.
Say because I don't know for sure, but I think it's a black truck. But I don't know for sure. It could have been. It was just dark. And I thought it was a black truck.
But there was a vehicle there.
Yeah, but it was like it wasn't stopped. It was moving. And like from my window, again, my window is like, if like let's say this is in front of my room, this is my back room, this is my window right here. There's like a neighbor. I guess you know there's that neighborhood up there. I can hear cars go by right there all the time. Like,
oh wait, so she's still talking about her window, not in Bethany's room yet. What?
That's normal. It doesn't weird me out. And I like from what I think the car was just going up to that neighborhood. But again, I don't know. But I thought I'd just let you know, just in case it could be. Yeah, like I don't know. It could have been, but who knows? I don't know. I think it was a black truck from what I'm thinking, but again, I don't know for sure. I couldn't remember. I can't remember.
What drew your attention to it?
I think I just wanted to look at the window for some reason. I don't know why, but I remember seeing the red lights on the back of the truck.
Brake lights?
Yeah, I don't really know why. I remember seeing that. Was like, I don't remember if they're headlights or not. I just don't know about that. But I just remember seeing the red lights, kind of.
Depends your role. In time, you'll remember more. From my experience working with victims, you'll remember more to anything. Even if you don't think it's significant, we would still want to know.
Yeah.
What are your plans?
Bro, she is so unbothered. I can't listen, guys. I know everybody has their own way of like processing like trauma and grief and shit. Everybody's different, but man, how she is acting in this interview, which is 4 days after the crime, compared to how she was acting at Brian Koberger's sentencing, like it's night and day. It's like flip-flopped. Not a single tear has she shed yet. Not even when talking about coming face to face with this fucking person in the house. And Bethany calling her about a firework and blah, blah, blah. Like it's just super interesting to me. Her, the crying and the huffing and the puffing and the not being able to breathe or barely stand up at the sentencing hearing. Yet here she's just like, I don't know. And she's checking her phone and checking her texts, and her dad's blowing up her phone while he's sitting outside. Holy shit. It's just interesting to me, which is why I said in the beginning of this live, like my opinion only, like Gooch was asked specifically to interview her because obviously they felt she wouldn't cooperate with the psychologist or something. And, Gooch would be someone you'd want to bring in. Like, yes, it could be, whatever. Gooch was wrapping up her human trafficking stuff before this, but I don't know. Something tells me Gooch was like, because there's no emotion here. There's no emotion here. And it's just very interesting. The night and day emotion from this interview to sentencing. It's wild.
Right now, there's a candlelight memorial I'm going to with some of my friends. That will be, I think, just like when I got, I guess I get the name. They all knew Maddie. Talking to them was really nice because, so they were super close, and it's just like nice knowing that other people are going through this too. Like it's not just us. Like there's some people.
Okay, so she's giving names that they're redacting. This memorial they're going to. Amanda, yeah, you're right. She did sound annoyed. Sorry, I'm looking at my chat now, friends, while things are being deleted out of here. Whose ever name she's saying. I don't know. I mean, it's just I don't know how to describe it, right? Like, whatever, some people, they don't really show like their feelings and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't know. The vibes are for me like wild because I don't understand how she hasn't shed a single tear in this interview. This is only 4 days after the crime. And she is like unbothered, it would appear, my opinion. She seems pretty unbothered.
So I have to ask you because I never did, and I think Detective Sergeant Flicker would probably have asked you this. Who's the one that called 911?
So I guess I'll start from that morning. I woke up. I don't really know when. I know that she called. I think that she called.
Notice that like Gooch just wants to know who called 911, and she's like, "Can I just start from like that morning, like when I woke up?" Now she wants to fill in the blanks for when she woke up. The problem is that you didn't go down into Bethany's room until like 4:30 in the morning, and at 5 a.m. you are creating and altering and deleting images, and it goes on all day, all day. Right? Wow.
That was at 10:50, but I believe it was later.
They say
No. I don't know how I knew, but because looking at everything there, like the call was at 12, so I think I called her close to like 11. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50, from what I remember. But it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just started mixing everything up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like this woman. I remember just having this like big nose, and she was wearing all black, and it was like a joke that they were coming to the house like trying to prank people. Like I just had these dreams about this guy, but it was actually a woman. She was super nice, and eventually, just these weird dreams about everything. And I woke up and I couldn't remember if all that was a dream. I couldn't remember if I didn't know any of it. So I looked at my text messages and I saw I had texted about that. Okay, like now I'm kind of weirded out. Like I don't know how much of it was real. Like I thought I imagined it. Or right next to me in bed. We wouldn't even go outside to go pee because we were.
So she's talking about how she was texting Bethany about her dream or whatever that she had from when she woke up, even though it would appear she never actually went to sleep. And Gooch is like, "Well, where was Bethany at? I thought you were in the room with Bethany." And she's like, "She's right next to me in bed." So you're texting Bethany even though she's laying right next to you to tell her about your dream? Interesting. I don't know, dude. Something tells me Bethany, Dylan came running downstairs and Bethany was probably like, "You know what? Let me get the fuck up out of here. Actually, I'm just gonna like pack a bag and go over to Emily and Hunter's." I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I know that the defense has claimed that they never left the house and that's where they stayed or whatever. Like, cool. I'm just throwing it out there. Even Gooch is like, "Well, where was Bethany? Like, why would you be right? You're texting her about your dream? Where is she?" "Oh, well, she's right next to me in bed." Because Dylan realizes she just said I was texting Bethany. And I don't see no text messages here about a dream, about a woman in all black pranking them, coming into the house, right? Very, very interesting. So she's trying to claim that when she went down into Bethany's room, she, went to bed. They just went to bed, they fell asleep, and then she just woke up again. She just woke up. And she was texting Bethany about this dream that she had about this woman in all black coming into the house playing a prank. And Gooch is like, "Well, where was Bethany?" She says it's a woman coming into the house, right? In her dream. It's a woman. Uh-huh. And she doesn't remember if it's a dream or not. Interesting.
Didn't know like what was going on. We didn't know someone was there. Like I don't know. I just didn't want to deal with that, We woke up and I was like, "Are you awake?" She's like, "Kind of, so." And so I have the text messages. Let me go to it real quick.
Like, bro, she's unfazed. She's just unfazed.
So I texted Maddie at 11:23, are you up? And I had looked at her, so I have Maddie's on my iPhone, and because she was at home, I was like, okay, like, they're fine. Like, you know, nothing happened. Like, she's at home, you know? That's what
You
you
could
think.
see your phone.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, like, well, if your friends are home, like, you think you're safe, you know? Like, that's just what you immediately think. So I guess Maddie texted at 11:23. Kaylee, I texted, I guess that would have been 10:23 in Moscow time. Sorry, that keeps confusing me. I would have texted Kaylee at 11:29 in Moscow time, are you up?
Kaylee?
Yeah.
11:29 a.m.?
Yeah, and then I kept, so on Snapchat, I don't know if you know this, but you can have your location on that. I don't know if, yeah. So Xana and Ethan always have their location on it, and it wasn't turning on, so I was like, okay, that's kind of weird, maybe they were just really drunk, you know? And they're sleeping in pretty late. I then called my friend and I said, I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if I made it up, but I think there was someone here. And I don't know if it's true. And I told her about the whole black mask situation. She thought it, like, I talked to her today, and she was like, I mean, like, you girls kind of freaked out about that. She thought it was like another one of those, like, oh, you're scared of the night. You know? I just talked to her a little bit ago. And so she sent over that guy that was with us. So, yes. Chapin is. So I called and I told her, like, I'm kind of freaked out, like, we don't know what's going on. Called was the one that had that blue car parked out. So he came over and he walked in the door. We were kind of freaked out, like, who is that? He goes, it's just.
So the door was unlocked?
No, he knew the code. Well, I guess I wouldn't even know. I guess I would have to ask him, because we told people that we knew very close what our code was. I don't know if he knew the code or if the doors were locked. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
So he came alone?
Yes, at first. He came by himself at first. And
what do you think that was?
Oh, I have no clue. So a little bit before 12, because I guess the call was at 12. So I'm going to guess a little bit before then. And he walked upstairs and he's like, what do you have? Like, I go, there's knives in the kitchen. Like, just like kitchen little knives. He just got.
What do you have?
Okay, so she's saying Hunter came over first. He came in and walked upstairs and asked her, what do you have? Walked upstairs and asked her, what do you have? I thought she just got finished saying, right, that she doesn't know how he got in because she was in Bethany's room. They were still in Bethany's room with the door locked. She doesn't know how he got in or if he has the code or whatever. But then he asked her, what do you, they're upstairs. So she's gone upstairs with him. They've gone upstairs with him. And he's asking them, what do you have, like, for protection?
Yes, just in case, because he was kind of freaked out. That's when I told Xana again, and she was in the same position. And that's what freaked me out, was that she hadn't moved at all. And I was like, okay, she's just unconscious.
That's when I called Xana again, and she was in the same position. That's when I called Xana again, and she was in the same position, and that's what freaked me out.
She's just drank too much. She's unconscious. Like, and I just started bawling. And I stayed downstairs, like, at the door, and I was upstairs.
You went up with Hunter?
I went up with Hunter. I just started bawling because I was like, I didn't think dead at all. That never crossed.
And she went out with Hunter. Like, these are her words. Okay, so, like, she's upstairs with him. He asked her, like, what do you have for protection? Apparently. She just said that's when she called Xana again, and she saw she was in the same position. And that's what freaked her out, and she ran back downstairs to, like, the front door, to outside.
Crossed my mind once. Never, ever that crossed my mind. I just thought, she's unconscious. She's not waking up. Like, she just drank too much, you know? So I go downstairs and I start crying because I'm really freaked out. Like, everything is stressing me out. And
so I go downstairs and I'm really freaked out. And I'm just crying.
They're coming out from those little baby stairs from the white apartment. And I'm like, she's not waking up. Like, she's not waking up. I don't know what to do. She's not unconscious. And I don't know if I made sense to them at all because I was freaking out. Because I called them.
Because you told them they came.
Yes. They sent first because, like, this guy, you know, just, I don't know. Comes down, you can tell when someone's freaked out by something, and he was freaked out, and he said, call the police right now. And me and Luke said, like, we don't know what to do. We didn't think, like, we just thought maybe she was unconscious still.
So you hadn't seen her? So your 911 call saying she's unconscious, you didn't realize.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't see Ethan in there, but Ethan was in there, and I don't know what anything looked like. I just saw, like, again, her legs and the top of her head. That's all I saw.
All I saw was her legs and the top of her head. I didn't see Ethan in there.
said unconscious. We're wondering after seeing what you told me saw, how you would stay unconscious because you never saw it.
I never saw anything. So
I never saw anything, she says.
they were asleep first. I don't know how much he saw. All I know is he was freaked out. He said, "I think they're just asleep." Like when we were talking a little bit later, I asked him about it, and he was like, "I thought they were asleep. Like, don't feel bad. You didn't know. Like, I thought they were asleep too because I felt."
When we were talking about it a little bit later, told me not to feel bad.
Terrible about it. I thought that she was just asleep. And so obviously he came down the stairs and he was like, "Call the police right now." And so he's the one that called it. I don't know if me and her could barely talk. I don't know if they gave the phone or. But at some point I got the phone back and I was like, "Xana's unconscious." And I think I said the address or did I can't remember. Again, this whole moment of the morning was like the most stressful, like freaked out of my life. And this woman was on the phone and she was like, "Okay, something about defibrillator." I remember, and I asked the police that's coming. I said, "Defibrillator?" I said, "Yes." And so she says, "Okay, someone's here." I said, "Yes, but can I tell you the whole story?" She goes, "No." She just said no, like someone's there. And then I was like, "Okay, goodbye, whatever." I don't remember how many policemen came there. All I remember was just crying and freaking out because we were so we just didn't know what was going on. And then this policeman, he questioned me and I told him about the whole night. And I tried to tell him as best as I could, but obviously I was out of it. And he was talking to me, then talking to other people talking to me. So it was kind of kept leaving and going, which I understand. He had to handle the situation, not his fault at all. And then I just remember putting the tape up, and that's when I just dropped to the floor and started crying because I was like, "This is not okay. You only put the tape up when there's a crime. You don't ever put the tape up, really." And I remember we all started freaking out. And then Nana and Ethan didn't come out, and the ambulance, the people with the ambulance, the people came, and then they left, and they didn't come back. That means they were here for 5 minutes. That's how you know. And I just remember we all started bawling our eyes out, we didn't understand what was going on. I remember I kept asking, "Where's Xana and Kaylee?" Because, where's Maddie and Kaylee? Because Maddie's location was at home still. I was like, "Where's Maddie and Kaylee? Where are they? Can you please tell me?" And they wouldn't tell me. And I think the moment we really knew that one of them was gone was because that vandal alert. And obviously she was pissed off. She goes, "Why the fuck should not tell us this? Why did we get a stupid text?" And the policeman was like, "You were not supposed to know that right now. You just were." And we were obviously pissed off, but we don't know what their job is. We can't. I don't know. I think that's when we realized that they were actually gone. And I screenshot to my mom and I called her, and I just was crying and freaking out. And I think it was before that I knew Maddie and Kaylee were gone. I don't really know how. I don't know who told me. But that was just I couldn't understand it. I just remember crying and freaking out. How did I not know? How were we sleeping? We didn't know that they were dead. How did we not know? I don't we just never made that. We never ever made that connection that a murder would be in the house. We just never knew that. Our friends were home. It was fine. We were in the house.
So I know you know this. For whatever reason, you were spared. So don't let this define you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
One day we'll make sense of it, but we have to figure out who did this to understand why, right? That's what the end. You can tell me where you were, when you were there, what you were doing, where they were, but we don't have the answer for you why. Yeah. And that's going to be Detective Sergeant Blaker's job is to figure out why this happened and then get an answer from the person responsible for it and hold them responsible for this. Yeah. So you're going to do this. This is a process, right? I told you this does not resolve overnight. And it does. And it takes years. It takes people years. But there is a reason why that this didn't happen to you too. So all I would want to say to you is that remember there was a reason you were given a second chance. Yeah. And do right by yourself and your friends. Yeah.
The biggest thing just we wanted to know what made someone want to do this to such good people and what made them not want to hurt us whatsoever. Because they never went down the room, they never went to my room. If they did get to the sliding board, then they had to have passed my room.
If not, because I haven't seen the layout of your house.
Yeah.
What door would they have used not to pass by your bedroom?
Well, to go the front door, you still have to pass around to go up to Kaylee's room.
Yes.
But Kaylee always was kind of freaked out because that balcony. I feel if someone if a guy really wanted to, I feel he could climb up if he wanted to. So and I remember we're looking at pictures of the whole new singer, and her curtains were all kind of messed up, and that was what made us kind of think
that could have been law enforcement.
That's true.
Those pictures come after the fact. How far is it from the ground to the balcony?
I don't know. How much do you think? You've seen the house. If someone wanted to, I feel they could.
But why do that if the doors are unlocked?
I know, but
and then the risk you run is if you're crawling up the side of the house, somebody's going to see you doing that, and you run the risk of high risk. Yeah, somebody calling that in as opposed to just walking in the front door to a house that's very active with people.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess,
but I don't know that. Do you know? Maybe that did happen, but the risk that an offender runs into is if you're scaling a 9-foot high wall to get into a room, somebody is going to pass by and see that and report that, and then whatever your plan is just been interrupted by that.
That would make more sense, but I just don't understand why my room. I guess if you're taking DNA, you can see my door handle and see it.
Well, that would be normal. That'd be normal because you'd be there, but you're thinking somebody else's stranger DNA.
Yeah, maybe try to open the door, but if I did lock my door, then maybe that's why I didn't go in my room because my door was locked, but I didn't know if it was locked or not.
So this is a really odd question because most people don't do this. Did you check all of when you first got back did you go through your house to make certain nobody else was in it?
No, that never, I don't know, we just didn't care about that. If we were with people, we weren't worried.
When you came home to get in your own house, did you have to unlock the door to come in?
I think so. Yes, I think I had to punch my code because so our door, there's like you twist it. So if there's like a little thing that you twist. You know, if it's vertical, it's unlocked. If it's horizontal, it's locked. And me and were like checking it out to make sure that it was locked a while ago. And we always kept it horizontal, and I would check to make sure it was horizontal. So I think the front door was locked. I mean, you can. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we would still like. Even if I like, let's say the door wasn't locked, I still would have typed into the code to open the door and it would just open right away, you know? So I don't know if it was locked or if it wasn't.
That'd be important.
Yeah.
Because maybe this person was there at first, and then you guys into the house and he was already there. I would want to know that.
Yeah.
If you can remember. The other thing is, you can interview and ask, I know,
Yes.
to see if she remembers if you had unlocked the door.
Yeah.
And you know, when you got home, because it's full, right?
Yeah.
Was the sliding door open or closed when you got home?
It was closed. Because I remember we were making popcorn and that would have freaked me out if the door was open, but I don't know if it was locked or not. That part I don't, but I do know the door is locked. The door is closed because I don't know, that door just being open kind of freaked me out.
Where's Miss Murphy when you got home?
Oh, I let him out. I forgot to add that. He was upstairs and I let him out to go potty real quick.
So you
Yeah, so I guess I don't know how I forgot about that.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. I don't know how she doesn't know how she forgot that she actually, oh yeah, Murphy, that's right. I had to go upstairs to let him out.
Sorry.
whose room was he in?
Kaylee's, because it's mostly Kaylee's dog, so I heard him whining. I was like, okay, I'll go get him. Took him outside for a second. So I know no one was in Kaylee's room. Her lights were on. I know that for sure. Her lights were on. I took Murphy outside and I just kept like looking. Whenever I go outside in the dark, I'm always like looking at my surroundings. I didn't see anything. I know that. Looked around, brought him inside after he like went potty or whatever, and then he was Lake and him were hanging out a little bit. Then I brought him back upstairs. So yeah, I don't know how I forgot about that.
Oh, that's okay. This is what we're talking
Yeah.
about. So I'm here in St. Moscow. If you think of anything, if you're more comfortable with him, you're welcome to call him. If you're comfortable, I'm going to give you this inspired with myself.
Okay.
Yes, question?
Only one question I really have now at this point is, did you happen to know the login or username and password for the router?
I believe it was Kaylee who dealt with the Wi-Fi stuff, not me. I know me, but so Xana dealt with like I think power or something, and then either Xander and I with water, one of them did like utility, whatever, light, power, whatever, and then Kaylee did Wi-Fi. That's all I know because me and Beth were in charge of that stuff because we were just moving in. So.
Is there anything we haven't asked that you think it's important to be covered?
No, I have some follow-up questions about just stuff, but no, not for the purpose of the interviews.
Then I'm going to terminate on my audio recording the interview concluding at 2:11 p.m. on the 17th of November 2022.
Okay.
This will be
Wow. Hey, my goodness gracious. We made it through. I can't even believe this is a 4-hour live, guys. So, whew, what do you guys think, huh? Pretty insane, in my opinion, you know? I know that, trust me, I know some people have covered this interview already. I usually don't. I don't usually go through like the body cams and the interviews and stuff just because I prefer the docs, but I really wanted to do this one because I think when you go ahead and you take and put Josiah Roloff's declaration, it was filed, his affidavit that he filed regarding what he found in Dylan and her father's phones, right? What he recovered from their devices. And then now that we see that, like, she's the only one who's getting her text messages released, even though Hippler hasn't released records in this case in months. And they paused her GoFundMe, you know, and then just going back and listening to it, actually, like, it's, and Gooch, you know, they're bringing in Gooch, like I said, right after she's wrapping up this undercover human trafficking investigation in Idaho in the fall of 2022. So I don't know, man, you know, like, it's just my personal opinion that, you know, she didn't cry once. She didn't shed a single tear. Did you guys see too? Like, just keep in mind how she was at sentencing, as opposed to how she was in this interview, man. This is only 4 days after the crime. And it's like, no emotion, no nothing. You know, seems like she's not upset at all, or, she's just more or less like, yeah, I know. Uh-huh. 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 Like, I don't know. This is just my opinion. These are just my opinions on my perception of, listening to it. I'm of the opinion right now that, like, I don't know what's going on here, but it would appear that, like, the mask is going to be forced to come off. That's just my opinion. Her mask is going to be forced to come off, because even in this interview, we hear Vickie Gooch tell her, you didn't sleep through this, and your phone data is the evidence of that. Your phone activity is the evidence you have to show you that you did not sleep. So, I don't know. I mean, I could be totally wrong, and if I'm wrong, I have no problem with being wrong, but I think she might be fucked here, Maybe she won't get in any trouble. Maybe there's going to be some truths that she has to reveal or something, though. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's going to be some things that she's going to have to disclose or something. Um, maybe pertaining to, I don't know. Like, it just seems very interesting to me, everything that's going on here. It's all surrounding Dylan, and this is happening all around same time. The WSU lawsuit drops, they pause her GoFundMe, and then bam, the only record we get from Hitler is a defense exhibit for her phone activity. Very, very interesting. Okay, very, very interesting. My goodness gracious. So yeah, I appreciate everybody who spent 4 hours with me today. Okay. It's Saturday. Mercy Cat, my darling, thank you so much. Okay. Dory, welcome on in, new member. Okay. Hope you guys have an awesome rest of your Saturday. This has been a very long live. Plus, we did the other live prior. Okay. If you go to watch the other first live from earlier today for the Gonsalves et al., you're going to have to get to about 30 minutes in. Just fast forward to like 30 minutes in. But I don't know, man. I know what a lot of you guys already think. But my God, I'm damn. I think Dylan might actually, be in some fucking trouble here, or maybe not in trouble, but like maybe she was forced to have to, maybe after some therapy, and maybe after some therapy sessions or something, she started remembering stuff, was like, oh shit. I don't know. It just seems very interesting to me that Josiah Roloff is specifically in his affidavit there, declaration, whatever the hell it was that I read from him, that this activity that he's recovered from her phone, activity and artifacts from her and her father's phone, are all during a time where, like, user interaction is required, meaning you weren't asleep. You'd have to be awake for these things to be occurring on your phone, right? So it's very interesting to me. I would have loved to have seen, like, at trial, or heard at trial exactly, or I hope we get to see what that is between her and her father that's going on. Because it sounds like what Roloff is getting at is that she's definitely not asleep. She's communicating with her dad, and at 3:51 in the morning, she's entering a new contact. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's her dad giving her the number. That's just my opinion. But what do I know? You know what I mean? I don't know shit. It's just my opinion. JJ, what up, homie? How you doing? Dana Lynn, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for your super sticker. Truly appreciate you. Yes, Starby Fund. I know. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was a long live, friends. I know. We usually don't go this long. JJ, what up? Welcome on in, GCD. I'm about to shut it down, though, okay? We've been here for like 4 hours. Hope you guys know how much I truly appreciate you, okay? Go have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Mercy Cat, no, thank you, honey. Thank you, okay? I don't know, I don't know what I did to deserve you, but I am so grateful for you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Make a hot tea. Lucy, darling, thank you so much. Oh, wait, sorry. Nope, that wasn't Lucy. That's Meg P. Thank you so much, Meg P. I saw Lucy's comment come up first. And then Meg P. Thank you so much, Meg P, for your super sticker. You are freaking amazing, as always. You have no idea how much I truly appreciate you guys. Really do. But yes, Lucy, darling, mods, okay? All you new members, subscribers, lurkers, go enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thank you so much, guys. I hope mods like nothing was too crazy in the chat. I tried to keep my eye on it, but hopefully it was an easy day for you guys. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out with me. Bye. Why can't I see my damn comments? Here we go. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.